What is going on, everybody? Oh, man. I do apologize. Let me just get myself on the screen here. I'm sorry for what just happened. It was crazy. There was two streams going, and I did not want the same thing that happened last time to happen today. So I made sure to get rid of that stream before we started going. So now this stream is the only stream. I did not do it so I wouldn't be late. Okay. There's just some malfunctions. High IQ outfit. I've learned a lot from Baron, as you guys can see. So that is what happened. Do apologize. We are here now. You saw him on the screen a second ago. Zach Costello is here. I hope I said the name right. We will find out in 1 second if I butchered the name. Here he is. What's going on, man?
Coach Colin, thank you for having me. You did say it right, and I will say, and my audience knows this if yours does not, but I tend to run fashionably late to my live stream, so I'm gonna actually take your trick there in recreating live streams on your subscribers and on your viewers there, so that I can then claim that I'm early to my stream. So that is that's an interesting approach there. So I appreciate that.
No, they will burn you at the stake if you do that. I have a very nice audience, they're very forgiving, but I mean, I can only get away with that. I think this is the last time. I don't think I could do that again. I think that's the last time they'll be accepting of that. I do apologize, everybody. But Zach is here, and I was a little late. Even for us, I was a little late because we went deep into prayer, the wife and I have to pray with her. She's like 9 months pregnant right now. We try to get the other kid as well, and we just all pray together as a family. So that always has to happen. And even if it means I'm going to be a little late, I still push for it. So it's just a thing that has developed in our family.
Well, that's being the spiritual leader of your family as the husband is the most important thing. So being a little late to do that is incredibly important, and you have my support as far as that goes. And congratulations on your expecting. My wife is also expecting as well. Our sixth.
Really?
So, yep.
Your sixth?
Yep.
Are you for real?
Due in September.
Wow.
So we're excited about that. Well, we were surprised, but we're excited now. God's will be done.
Yeah, definitely. That's incredible. How old are you? Are you super old? Are you 60 years old? So this is the same thing I thought with Baron. Baron told me he had 8 kids, and I'm like, oh, he's 67 years old now. And now I understand.
I'm 37, so I'm 37.
Wow.
My wife and I, we've been together since we were about 15 years old. We met in 8th grade, and then we went to every high school dance together. We went to separate colleges. I played baseball in college. She just went to college, and then we got married right afterwards, and we started having kids right away. So it's been a decade or so of reproducing, and that's where we're at. So
that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's the way to go, man. I mean, I wish I wish we had started sooner. I always wish that. But that's just incredible that you're at that point. Because I'm like 3 years older than you, and yeah, we're just only on number 2. So we're hoping to get 4. That's what we're praying for. And we're hoping for 4. If there's more, that's great. But we want to at least get to 4. So we'll see. Wild. Absolutely wild. That's so surprising to hear. Semi-surprising, because I was watching your show yesterday, and I'm like listening, and then all of a sudden you're like, all right, like you're like getting into scripture all of a sudden. I'm like, okay, that's not just a cross in the background there. Like this is he goes really deep into that type of stuff. I was actually really, really surprised that you do that. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, that you jump in. You're jumping into John. And yeah, I found that. I'm like, oh wow, that's what he does like near the end. And you start talking about that. I find that really good, really refreshing. I like that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I would say that, I started just a little bit of my background. I mean, the first thing that I did once I got done playing baseball all the way through college, I started my own business, and I've built a design, build, and real estate firm right where I live, right outside of DC. I always felt the call, I guess you can say, to put my voice out there, fight for the truth, fight for the faith. That's always kind of something that I've always wanted to do. So, I started a YouTube channel, and I started doing just pre-records of kind of faith-based stuff, personal development stuff. And then I started getting into applying, our faith to the political and cultural issues of our time. And I built it up to, I don't know, a little over 200,000 subscribers just doing pre-records, not any live shows or anything like that. And I don't know, I reached a point where I just kind of felt like I still wasn't doing what I truly felt that I should do, which is really stand for the faith and fight for the truth and really put myself out there. So I actually only started going live in January of this year. And since I started doing that, I've been able to share more about myself and the faith. And I try to, bring in scripture or bring in some type of reflection, faith reflection to every show. I'm not, my viewers hold me accountable sometimes to do that, because sometimes I'll just get too wrapped up in the politics or the cultural stuff. But I mean, it's, as far as what I'm doing is, ultimately I feel like I am fighting for the truth, and it is a Christian pursuit. I consider myself a Christian activist and commentator. I'm looking at the political and cultural issues from a Christian perspective. I consider Christianity the best way to live, and that is ultimately what I'm fighting for. So if you want to call my show a psyop to try to win people over to Christianity and the best way to live, then that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's funny. That is one of the things I saw. I mentioned I was going to interview Zach. Someone's like, Zach's a plant. But people say that about me. People say that about Barron. People say that about everybody. There's no shortage.
I guess if I'm a plant for Christ and the church, that's 100% correct.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, makes sense, right? That's very interesting, man. Really cool that you built it up like that. I too had to go live at a certain point. I felt like I had to. I was doing a lot of pre-records. I was like really killing it. I mean, I was going every day, sometimes twice a day. I didn't play around with that stuff. And then actually, and again, very odd, because it's like all draws back to faith. Barron, we just naturally connected, and Barron was the one that was like, he's like, you should consider doing that. He's like, I feel like your skills, how you are, he's like, I think you'd be able to do that. He's like, you should consider that. He's like, you should pray on it. And then I talked about it with my wife, prayed on it. And then next thing you know, I started doing it. And I like where it took me, because I like to interact with people. I'm really into interacting. I love to be able to see people actually talk. I love the community that starts to form around it all. It feels really good to connect, no matter where people are at. So that it's just been a really interesting experience. I've went from doing this in a room by myself to now I feel like I'm with these people. We have Rachel, whose real name is Heather, but for some reason I call her Rachel all the time. We got Whitney. We got Jamie, who always jumps in the super chats. We got like so many people who are like these reoccurring people. And, like you said off camera, you're like, you feel like you get to know me, and I feel like I get to know them as I see them talking and saying things to me, asking about things all the time. So it feels like there's a real conversation happening. So for my own mental health, this has actually been great. So a lot of people feel like, they always say like, oh, the community that you've built. And I feel like it just built around me. I don't feel like I laid any bricks towards it at all. I feel like it's all them that are just laying those bricks and building that whole thing, because they're just a lot of beautiful people in there. Moira, yes, one person mentioned Moira. I always mention Moira. She's fantastic. So yeah, there's a lot of incredible people. So I love the whole experience.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just being able to interact with everybody makes it incredibly rewarding, and it really just makes it feel like you're not doing it just by yourself. I totally agree with that. Whereas with the pre-records, you just feel like you're grinding away. It's not personal, and it's just it's not as authentic ultimately is what it comes down to. And I think people are just craving authenticity, especially in this age where you can pre-record, or AI can pre-record anything, and people just snuff out what's not authentic. And that might be a good segue into Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA. So
That's actually a beautiful segue. Did you see this tour that she's on? She did one with Caroline Levitt, I believe, just yesterday.
Oh my gosh, man. I'll be honest with you. I tried to watch it on X during the
Yeah.
live, and I had to turn it off. It's just, no offense, it's just too boring for me. Honestly, like I felt like it was I'm not the target market for what they were talking about. So
Yeah, what they were pushing. One person actually stepped in and they were disagreeing. I'm gonna try and find that clip. They were disagreeing with they were kind of against. I wouldn't say they were like staunchly against Erica, but you could tell they were asking a question that kind of opposed most of what they were talking about. And Erica just kind of gets this stare, kind of like, oh no, this is happening. And luckily she's with the press secretary. So the press secretary could just jump in and she just handles the question. But they
right,
had no
Caroline
idea.
is used to the conflict and the animosity, and that's
Yeah.
where I think, at least with Erica, we have never seen her give like a tough interview.
No.
Everything has just been softball. It's been pre-records. So when you get somebody up there doing the off the cuff stuff like Charlie used to do all the time, I really feel like she doesn't have what it takes to do that.
No, no, no. That's not her wheelhouse at all. That's why, like early on, um, I was comparing her to Kamala Harris because I was like, it's the same type of thing where it's like it's very put together. You're avoiding the media in that sense, like a talk like this with her, with Caroline Levitt. That's not really. It seems like she's in front of camera, but it's like you're not really doing the thing that you're supposed to be doing, taking on the hard questions, getting opposed directly in front, like that whole thing is not happening
Nope.
with her at all.
Nope.
And I don't think it's going to. And
Nope.
I really do feel like they are going to just try and bulldoze her right into the White House. I really feel like that's where that's going very slowly.
They're setting us all up for that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And then once that happens, we will definitely have the first brother and sister ticket ever to happen. You will see the first brother and sister pairing that you've ever seen. It'll be something for the ages. I'm just kidding. I love this theory though. I love it. I'm so happy when the people started bringing this theory up to me. I was like, oh, this is just like warm milk, just perfect, just so good. Thank you so much for everybody who brings that up. But I see it. I'm starting to see it as people bring it to me. I'm like, I get what you're saying there. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, the JD Vance thing is a hard one for me to swallow, and I wrestle with this a lot because it's like I want JD to be the guy, like. And that's like one of my biggest things. Like I advocated big time for the Trump administration. I really thought that this administration was going to go in and get the government back working on behalf of the American people. And I fought hard for them on my platform. And, I covered a lot of the campaign and the election cycle. That's really where Charlie Kirk caught my attention. And I covered a lot of the way that he played such a huge role in helping Trump get elected, and him and Turning Point USA. And, you had where I started to turn, and this actually just came out yesterday. I mean, obviously Pam Bondi is just got outed.
Yeah.
But as soon as Pam came out, like on that Fox News interview with Jesse Waters and described all of the terrible things that she had right on her desk, and then the binders came out the next day, I called her a liar. I actually did a video and I was like, she lied. Like this is unacceptable. This binder thing is an absolute debacle, and it's a joke. And I lost like probably 2,000 subscribers from that video, and that like hurt. I mean, how YouTube can, it is freaking hard work to continue to do this every day and build up an audience and gain people's trust. And ultimately, I was like, well, am I going to be just a political shill, or am I actually going to stand for what I believe in here on my platform? So I put it out there, and I ended up losing a couple thousand subscribers from that. And it was during that time where I kind of just felt like I didn't become black pilled at the time necessarily, but like I just kind of was turned off by the administration. And then you had and that was last year. And then you had things kind of progress over the course of the year. And now we're here at the Iran war and how they've treated, any dissenters and Joe Kent. I mean, obviously we had the Charlie Kirk assassination, but it really wasn't. I kind of went through a lull, like after the Epstein files and after Elon left, and there was that fallout over Doge, and Doge kind of calmed down. But when Charlie got killed, that's really where I kind of felt the strong urge and the call again to get back into it. And I really was like, all right, well, if people are willing to kill for what Charlie was talking about, then this must be incredibly important. So it just kind of inspired me to get back into it. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, when it comes to the Trump administration and JD Vance is what kind of got me started on this. Like, there are so many people that I believed in, so it's still hard for me to kind of like turn my support away from them. Like, you got hoodwinked, but like I feel like that's just where I'm at,
You got hoodwinked. That's what we call it here. You got hoodwinked.
Yeah.
Got hoodwinked a bunch of times. Oh man. I tell people all the time, I've made at least, when it comes to the president, the now president, I don't say his name because like YouTube hates it for some reason. Even though he like hired the creators of Google onto his new board of science and technology. I don't know. Some AI things going around. They don't like it. But I've made there's a bunch I could tell you about. I've made like 5, maybe out of the 2,000 videos I've made maybe 500 videos in support of the administration.
Yeah.
Making the laser eyes. I put a picture of Kash Patel with the laser eyes, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be one of the best hires ever. Like, oh my gosh, RFK's coming in at Tulsi and this and that. Disappointment after disappointment. Got hoodwinked. It felt like it was going to be different. They packaged it really well. I've gone over it before. Yep. There's an animator. Her name's Fleet. She did a whole little animated breakdown because I was talking about how it was like the WWE. It was like the Super Bowl, the way that they framed it all. They packaged it really well. And it got by a lot of people, Yep. Like now they're all of them. I don't think there's anyone I can point at. They're all just exactly the swamp. They've all been absorbed by it.
Yeah.
You fight the swamp, you say you're going to, and then you just get absorbed by it. You're gonna fight the swamp. You have a big sword of truth, and then the swamp's like, I have millions of dollars. Do you want millions of dollars? And you're like, oh, well, I don't need this sword. Let's talk about these millions of dollars you got here.
Right. We can snatch anybody up. And that's just ultimately what it comes down to with a lot of these people. I mean, they're funded by individuals that get them to these positions, and maybe they don't really know why, but then once they get into these positions, then they're just controlled by them. And that's the case with, it's every single one of them. It's every single one of them. I guess the thing with Trump is that I just really believe that he couldn't be bought. Like, that's ultimately what I believed about Trump. And the Zionist lobby is extremely powerful.
Well, I mean, it's also the fact that you have to think, like, when you think about it, when you become a billionaire, right? I've listened to a lot of personal development stuff. I listen to a lot of different talks to different people who are like titans of industry. And the one thing you see consistently, even with Elon when he got X, is that they don't use their own money, or they're leveraging against something that they have in order to buy something. That's what Elon did with Tesla. He leveraged a lot of that and accrued a lot of money. And then Larry Ellison actually helped him with some money. And then that's why it was such a slog to get it profitable. So he can actually start like paying that back and not have Tesla kind of hanging in the wind in case it all fails. So you start to see that these guys, they don't like to use their own money for things. So it's like, you think someone can't be bought, but at the same time, they still have that business mentality. And I say that because the president is a businessman. No matter what you think of him, he's a businessman. He's been a successful businessman. A lot of people point to him going bankrupt. That's just a ploy that rich people use. They just go, okay, I'm bankrupt. I don't have anything. And really,
it's a strategy. I mean, it's ultimately a strategy, right?
100%. Yep. So when he's presented with the whole thing of campaigning, and then this Adelson chick pops up, and she's like, here's $200 million. He goes, that makes sense. I'm not going to use my $200 million because we just don't do that in the business world. I
Right.
will use her $200 million and then she'll want a thing or two. That's no problem. He's used to creating leverage and making deals, and he's used to that whole thing.
Yep.
So it's like, you feel like he can't be bought, but in the realm of businessmen, they are always willing to make some kind of a deal.
Yeah.
Right. Even if that deal makes them look a little bad, they like at the end of the day, a lot of people might be confused by what they're seeing, but he knows why he's doing it. He knows what he's taken. He knows why he has to do these things. He knows beyond everybody exactly what he's doing. A lot of people feel like it's just like puppetry, but I think it's a lot of that. It's a lot of like, I've taken this, so I know I have to do X, Y, Z.
Yep.
And it's just kind of like regular math for someone who's like been a billionaire, I don't know, for 50 years. I don't know, 50, 40 years.
Yeah.
So there's that whole thing. It's very interesting. But what do you think about Pam getting outed? Pam is gone.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's I'm happy about it just because I feel like Pam didn't ultimately do her job. I mean, as far as how much autonomy and how much she can actually do, I mean, she was in there for a reason. I mean, I think Candace Owens said this yesterday. So, with regard to how much power she actually had, I mean, ultimately she is working for and subject to what President Trump wants her to do. And she's not somebody that was going to turn against him, ultimately, is what it comes down to. I mean, what's more admirable for me is someone like Joe Kent. Like, Joe Kent is actually someone who just resigned and actually stood on his values. And I have more respect for that than I do for someone like Pam Bondi.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that she's out, but apparently she's actually not. Apparently when Trump handed her over like the whole resignation thing, she put it on her desk and it actually disappeared. So as far as we know, she's still hired.
To do that on Pam Bondi's desk. Yeah.
She's still showing up to work. She's like, I don't know, it was on my desk. It's not here anymore.
She's got a magic desk. She's got a magic desk where things disappear.
Her desk
where criminal behavior disappears, and Patsy's are guilty. Yeah,
so in the Bermuda Triangle, her desk.
That's right. That's right. Well, and then our boy Todd Blanche, who's now the interim, comes in and says, "There's no Epstein files. Like, there's no more. They're all gone. No criminals. It's done."
Yeah, I saw that guy. I was like, yeah, okay, makes sense. Like, I mean, you're gonna get rid of her. She's probably feeling the pressure of everything she's done. Now that part's done, move her out, move a new guy in. He's not receiving the same pressures, although he is receiving the exact same pressures, actually, because Thomas Massie made sure to say to him right away. He was like, let me see if I can actually find it here. He was like, congratulations on the new position. He's like, you now have 30 days to release the rest of the document, or you were in violation of the Transparency Act. But, are they going to listen to Thomas Massie? I doubt it. I mean, they didn't bring this guy in because he's going to listen to Thomas Massie. They brought this guy in because he's going to listen to the president and he's going to do what he has to do. Right. So,
yeah, but I mean, Thomas Massie is one of the few guys who's in there actually doing the job on behalf of the American people. And look what happens to anybody who dissents or is willing to stand up to President Trump and the administration. I mean, they're working overtime to get Massie out in his home state of Kentucky. And I mean, it is just the way that they go at him, the way they went at Joe Kent, the way that they go at anybody who dissents or criticizes or stands up to the administration. It's high risk. I mean, it's high risk for your career, and it's, and a lot of people aren't willing to take that risk.
Well, have you ever, like, you're talking about, we're going to jump into this a little bit. I want to know what you're seeing now. We've both touched on it, the whole sinister statement from like Andrew Colvett, that didn't seem sinister at the time. No. But have you revisited Thomas Massie's interview with Tucker? If you revisit it, it's one that happened, I don't know, a year, wherever around the time,
a little over a year ago.
Around the time his wife passed away. He said a lot of stuff in that interview.
Yes, he did.
And then like 48 hours later, his wife passed away.
No,
like, I mean, it's really close. So if you revisit and hear what he's saying, it's really close. He exposed the entire
Israel lobby and AIPAC in that interview. I mean, at least in the first half of it. So that's funny that you say that, because the revisiting is something that I have been doing. I
Yeah.
revisited that, I don't know, maybe in the last like couple months, but I didn't get all the way through it. I actually have some clips from that where he is, because I've talked a lot on my channel about the Zionist lobby and their influence, and how I personally stand against it. And that I didn't get that far into it, because I think that happens at the beginning. I need to go back and listen to that entire thing. That's a good prompt. I'm gonna give myself a reminder to do that.
Yeah, you should. You know, I myself don't stand against it. I think they're actually wonderful people. I think they are the engine that runs America, and it's very smooth. It's very, very smooth. I've always said that they run a very tight ship, and I like what I'm seeing here. You know, they go right to Iran, and they do all the things that Americans don't want done, you know, and that's the mark of a good leader, doing the things that people don't want. I've always said that about them, you know, just trying to keep my wife healthy. I just want my wife to be healthy, you know.
No stress. Yeah, just, you know, we
but yeah, he did mainstream that whole thing, because I mean, come on, like if you listen to Ian Carroll, Ian Carroll from the jump, he went from grocery stores and he was right into that, and that's like 2 and maybe 3 years ago. Ian Carroll was jumping into that. There's always been these voices on X. Ian Carroll was one of those guys where he could snowball this following on X. He jumped it over to YouTube. He became a part of the mainstream conversation, from Tucker to Joe Rogan. And he's one of the people that was really trying to like mainstream that whole conversation, bringing it from like the ditches of like, you know, just like Myron Gaines, and like I'm just going to pull this over here. We're going to talk about this on Joe Rogan, on Tucker. And Tucker's been a big voice in that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Massey was one of the I can't think of another actual congressman or senator that has actually discussed that type of thing. There's never been one, in my opinion. I don't know. I've never seen one.
Well, there's just not many to do it. I share this stat all the time on my channel. That number is literally 90%. 90% of our Congress people
you know
something
money
from a pro-Israel lobby, not just AIPAC, but some pro-Israel group, and it's literally like 443 out of like 520 something members of Congress that take that money.
It's very that's a lot. That's a lot, you know.
It's a lot. It's the majority of our government.
That's some solid work. That's some solid work. Now, does it benefit anybody other than them? No, but that is some
it doesn't.
Commendable efforts there, that they can just do that. And you know, the thing,
incredible. They do a good job for sure.
Yeah, one thing that I bring up, and I'm joking, of course. One thing
your sarcasm reminds me. Did you see the video that JP Sears put out on
the apology?
On his apology?
Yeah. I knew exactly where he was going to go when I saw that. As soon as I saw an apology, I'm like, he's not apologizing.
I thought that was absolutely hilarious.
You know, because there's no point. It's like, you know, you're going to get attacked either way. So it's like, what was the point? And I've never seen him apologize for anything. I've been following him pretty much since the beginning of him starting up online. Yeah. But one thing I think, you know, and I'll just bring this up as like just a side point. I'm going to get into this Candace Owens stuff a little bit here, because she's talking about Erica. But one thing I think with a lot of these creators, right? I think that some of them don't get paid. There's no financial incentive, right, for them to like get paid. But I do think that there is a potential for one day, if they decide to run, right? Officer Tatum is like the one that stands out to me the most. That if one day he did decide, or it was decided, that he was going to run for Congress, he may not have taken any money. Right? Maybe there's none of that. But then all of a sudden, that big engine that we're talking about would suddenly just activate for him. And then they would tap that 90% of people and say, yeah, we need you to show your support for this guy. We need you to show your support, make sure you show your support, infuse them with a little bit of money. Right. I think that's a big possibility with a bunch of creators that we're seeing right now that are like what I call company men. Like Benny Johnson is like a company man. You know, I like watching his videos, but I do know that when it comes to the conservative, like the hardline narrative that is being pushed out of the White House, he's always going to be with that, right? Officer Tatum, you know, he's always going to be with that. So I call those guys company men. They're just to be kind, you know. You can call them other things, but I just call them company men. And I think there's a lot of that. I think we're going to see, and I've called this out. I think we're going to see, this is what I thought before, that we're going to see a bunch of creators like ourselves that are going to look independent. They're going to look the part of just some guy, but they're going to be very much aligned with these backroom talks. And we're starting to see that the mask is starting to drop. I myself think like Tim Pool's one of those guys. I've always thought Daily Wire was that type of outfit, just from the fact that they looked like mainstream media. And I think the next step is those same type of people are going to start making moves into politics, and it's going to be a seamless thing. And it's going to be this, you know, take these people who are very trusted by the base and then put them in these positions. So the GOP, and I think it'll happen on the left as well, but so the GOP can have these trusted faces that have been telling people the truth, quote unquote, for years. So they just accept them as congressmen, senators, possibly. I think that's a big thing that's going to start taking place.
Well, and if you want to look at an organization, you look at Turning Point USA, because this is ultimately what led to the major problem ultimately with Charlie Kirk, in that, you know, it was an organization that did its duty, like you are mentioning, and until Charlie started to shift, until he wouldn't take Tucker Carlson out of Turning Point USA events. And he started to change his pro-Israel views on things. And then you had the ADL, for example, who labeled Turning Point USA an extremist organization in the last months of Charlie's life. I mean, that was an organization yes, they did. Yes, they did. And that's why Kash Patel came out and said that they were cutting ties with them in October, which we also know isn't true, because we then found that Kash Patel and the FBI was working with the ADL as they were bragging about how they caught that group of potential terrorists in California, I believe.
Hold on. Is there any written thing of that at all anywhere, like an article or something? Not that I want to pull up now, just something I just want to be able to reference back to.
If you go and look at why Kash Patel cut ties with the ADL in October, they describe what the ADL did to Turning Point USA. Yeah, you can go and find that.
Wow, that's great. I did not know that. Yeah, you know, Charlie's changing views. I always think that sticks out for me, but it stuck out even more. I did a video on it. Maybe you did as well. But when Candace released those other text messages, I was like, whoa. When they were just like going back and forth about things, and he was talking about the stuff he was looking into and like the passages, there were like, semi-religious text he was reading. And I was like, whoa. I try not to say most of the words that you're saying, but I dance around it the best I can. But he was talking about all that stuff. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, this guy was truly like, it was, because these messages were from 2023 that she was showing everybody. Right. And then all of this built up into 2025. If he had made it to 2026, he would have been vastly different. I think vastly different. I think there would have been the same way that I see Mark Levin now attacking Joe Rogan. Right now, he's just turned his eyes to Theo Vaughn. He's like attacking Theo Vaughn now because Theo Vaughn's appearance on Joe Rogan, all those things he said. The same way they're going after Megan, the same way they're going after Tucker. I think they would have done that exact thing to Turning Point. No problem. They would have really focused in. I bet even it would have gotten to the point where the Daily Wire would have erected something that would have rivaled what Turning Point was doing. The same way there's the Un-F America tour, that whole thing. I think they would have started doing something like that because they were supposed to. The Daily Wire was talking about doing this tour and talking about going all over to all these campuses once again. Ben Shapiro said he's going to pick up a microphone and this and that, all this stuff. None of it's happened, but they said they were going to do it. But now it makes me wonder, why were they going to do it? Well,
Yeah.
maybe it was going to be to counter what turning possibly. I'm not saying he did or do all that. He did change in that way. But if he had made it to 2026, I just wonder. But
well, this is ultimately what, like, I mean, in the very beginning, and I'll be honest with you, I admitted this on X. Like, I wasn't sure where Candace was going with the whole Charlie Kirk investigation. Like, right off the bat, like, I admittedly was like, oh my gosh, like the left did this, blah, blah, blah. And then it wasn't until like Candace started putting out all of this stuff and they really turned on her and started just attacking and slandering and diagnosing her. And then especially with those text messages, she put those out and they accused her of forging them. They said that they were fake. They said that Charlie had a silent breakup with her, Eric Bolling, on the Patrick Bet David show.
Yeah.
And that was all a lie. And when I saw all of the lies being told about Candace, like, it just made me be like, oh, whoa, like, no. Like, we need to let this happen. And my whole role in this has been like more one of like free speech, of just allowing these alternative investigations and these people to just say what they believe to be true. Because in this day and age that we live in, like, especially you mentioned how Charlie was treated, how Megan's being treated, Tucker Carlson, all of these individuals. I mean, you and I get some of it as well, just on a smaller scale. But like, you have this lobby that's going up against these alternative figures. And it's the same type of establishment and lobby that went up against anybody speaking about COVID at the time. Right? Think about like Dr. Peter McCullough going on Joe Rogan.
Okay. I'm trying to make my channel survive here. Okay. I know about that whole thing. Okay, Lance, like, where's the timestamp? We got to cut that.
All right. I'll touch on the keywords. Maybe, you know,
but I know.
Maybe this is why my channel doesn't grow as fast as I want it to.
I can tell you.
My mouth is too big.
I can tell you a little thing or two about that. It's crazy what they do to people. It's weird. That's so funny. But yeah,
you're like shut up, Zach. Just shut up.
But no, you're 100% right. And I do know exactly what you're talking about. We all know what you're talking about with the thing, you know, the thing, you know.
Well, and here's the last thing that I'll say with regard to Charlie Kirk and why he was so critical to all of this. And it's a part of, I mentioned it when I was talking about the Trump campaign, like what Charlie, I didn't realize how incredibly influential and powerful Charlie was and what Turning Point USA was under Charlie. Like, they truly did galvanize the support of all of the young people across America. They ran the ground game. They were the ones that were like, we need to get Trump on these podcasts and we need to get him on Joe Rogan. We need to appeal to the younger men and women of America. And there was nobody more influential to that cause than Charlie Kirk. So when you have an individual and his organization that's able to literally flip a US presidential election, like, that's what we're talking about as far as how incredibly powerful Charlie Kirk actually was. And then what you have later is a foreign nation state, I'll start talking in code words now, that then comes out and says, like, we need to recruit pastors. We need to recruit Christian pastors to fight misinformation about a certain nation state amongst young people in America. You start to question, like, well, who had the most powerful organization amongst young people in America? And then you start to connect those dots, and then you see all the irregularities and inconsistencies and all of the lies being told. And, you know, you start to have all these crazy thoughts about what might have happened, right?
You turn into Theo Vaughn. You turn into Theo Vaughn. I'm going to be doing some weekend episodes on Theo Vaughn for sure. He went off on Joe Rogan. He went off.
I need to watch that episode.
Basically, if anybody wants a breakdown, exactly our exchanges now. I'm Joe Rogan, you're Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn's just going off. He's just like, we're going to talk about this or not. And Joe's like, are you crazy? Joe literally calls him crazy. He goes, you lost your mind. I was like, wow.
You're Joe Rogan here. I'm Theo Vaughn. You're Zach. Get off the antidepressants. Right?
Yeah, exactly. You saw it. Yeah, man. It was crazy. It was crazy. I gotta watch it all through. I just saw like basic clips and I watched like a chunk of it, but I gotta watch it all through. You know, Theo's very he's getting wild. He's getting wild. I like it. Makes sense though. He lives in Tennessee. He's friends with Candace. You know, he's getting there. He's getting there.
Yep.
You know? Yep. Yeah, it's very funny stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of people who are like, Zach needs your tips on code words. I can give you a whole worksheet of code.
Give me your worksheet. Give me your worksheet. That might help me out as far as my my channel goes.
Yeah. And you know, some people hate it. They hate it, but it's like at the same time, it's like, man, just if you're stepping in to pay the bills in my house, 100%, you can be like, I hate how the way you talk, or that you're not, you know, you don't want to talk about the, the C word or whatever, you know, that's completely fine, but you don't pay any bills in this house. So, and I'm not talking to you, Zach, I'm talking to these people who are like, you know, you should fear this a little less. It's like, you just want to see me get canceled so it can confirm everything you think about what's going on in the world. And I'm not doing that for you. I'm not the one that's I am not the goat. A lot of people say, oh, this person's a goat. But we all know that they used to sacrifice goats, you know, they used to sacrifice a lot of goats. That's why the hip hop community calls people goats, and then they end up dying. It's because they get sacrificed. But I don't want to take you down that rabbit hole. That's a whole tinfoil rabbit hole. But yeah, just throw that out there.
I guess, in my opinion, though, Coach, wouldn't it be an honor to be sacrificed for the truth, though?
Nope, not at all. It would not be an honor to lose everything and have my family be destitute. I grew up poor, eating corned beef every single day as a kid. Dad was a alcoholic, left mom very early. She scrounged up enough to let us be very poor in a nice neighborhood. So we were super poor, but we were in the government housing section. So everybody knew that we were like the poor people. Mm-hmm. And for my children never to experience that again. And I can still say the things I have to say, make it comedic, make it funny, still get my point across. That's everything to me. Yeah. But not doing what I think what other people think I should be doing. And then I go down for that. If I go down for what I'm doing, that's fine. But if I go down for what somebody else told me to do, you know what I mean?
I understand that.
I can't do that type of thing. And I mean, you know, I have fun with it. I like having fun with it. The whole thing of Philadelphia, like Candace has said Philadelphia, because every time I'm talking about that place in the Middle East, I say Philadelphia. The next thing you know, there's songs about Philadelphia. People are talking about Philadelphia. It's like, it's this weird thing. Like, I'm making shirts that say Philadelphia Mints because people really want these shirts. So it's like, you know, it's a fun little experience. But we'll see where everything goes. Really,
because Philadelphia is one of the code words. Then,
well, that is. I've kind of started. I'm not moving away from it, but it's like, man, like. Can I just say what I'm saying here, please? At times it gets, it wears on you because you're making videos every day. You know, for me, I'm making 25 hours of content a week. It's like, all right, come on. Like, what are we doing here? You know, but you know, everything.
Yeah, there's probably some learning aspects from that on my end. Like, I literally just, you know, I came from just regular life and having a family and having a business, and was just like, no, I'm getting on YouTube and saying what I want to say. And I don't even know about all this stuff. So I just, you know, and then as far as like, you know, the business aspect of YouTube, like I need to learn that. Obviously, you know, I had a good long conversation with Baron Coleman. I'm actually going on his members only show next week. I'm looking forward to that. But he does a great job from just a business aspect of running his podcast that I don't do. I got to get better at that. But like, you know, you and understanding, you know, some of the language maybe to use around YouTube to protect yourself. It's like, I think I gotta learn that a little bit. So
a little bit, you know,
a little bit.
You know, what the thing is, I think the main thing is with that. I guess we're having a free flowing conversation. I keep jumping over this Candace clip. I haven't even played it yet. It's been like 10
we gotta
we'll get into it. But I think the main thing is you have to talk about what you want to talk about, but there is a way to talk about it. And I've always given people the example of if you were with your mom and you were telling her about this lovely lady that you met, this lady that's your wife now, you wouldn't say, Mom, she has the biggest this and the nicest that. And when we do XYZ, it's all, you wouldn't say all that. You'd be like, Mom, I met a really nice girl and she's really great. And I think I love her a ton. You'd say that,
Mm-hmm.
You might say something different with your boys,
Right.
but when you're with your mom, you'd be like, listen, this is, I think this is the one, Mom, like you'd say that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just
you
so
still have to,
frustrating.
you still have to talk about what you want to talk about. Right. But I think it becomes a problem when you don't talk about, like you move away from talking about anything.
Yeah.
Because of that fear. I think you still have to, still have to embrace it. Like Tim Dillon did basically what I do. He was talking about Israel, but he was saying Russia. And he kept saying Russia, and Russia's bringing us into all these things, and Russia's been a real problem. And it was hilarious, but he didn't run away from talking about the thing, and everybody knew what he was talking about, and it was really funny. But yeah, don't stop talking. Like, I should really preface that, because you're a creator. Like,
it's just super frustrating that it has to be that way. But that's ultimately one of my biggest problems with the left and leading up to the Trump election was the censorship issue. Like, that to me was such a huge issue. And just to have it now taking place with regard to the Trump administration over certain topics. And yeah, Trump is close with all of these big social media execs. I mean, we obviously saw everything with Mark Zuckerberg, who I absolutely have no respect for whatsoever, given the way he's flip-flopped on everything just to be cool. It's like Mark Zuckerberg just he's a nerd who's been trying to be cool his entire life, and he's just going to flip-flop onto the team that he thinks is the right one at the time. But like, we've literally got these social media execs. I mean, he's close with the guy who now owns TikTok. My my TikTok is completely throttled because I don't use the right words apparently. But like, I put stuff on TikTok and it doesn't spread at all, and I'm not surprised why. I actually thought YouTube has done a pretty good job with regard to, for the most part, somewhat, because there are definitely certain topics that if I do talk about them, I notice the reach is significantly throttled. And I guess it's just so frustrating that we are experiencing that after what happened with the left, and now it's just taking place on the right. And that's probably one of my biggest frustrations, especially with the administration, for sure.
Well, what's going on? I don't think, especially now that we're looking at things, I don't know that it was the left, quote unquote. Because if it's still happening, if the same thing's still happening, is it the left? Like, is the left still responsible? Because if they're not, you did the right all of a sudden take it on and say, don't worry, we got this from here on out? Or is there something overarching? You brought up some pretty good names, right? Is there something more overarching that's concerned, right? You bring up Zuckerberg. You're talking about TikTok. When you talk about TikTok, you're talking about Larry Ellison, right? Yep. They have become pretty close. They're on the same panel, that panel that I was just talking to you about, that panel of science and technology. So they're going to be giving recommendations on what can happen in regards to AI, yep. Which pretty much means that they, in my opinion, like the video I was going to make is like, guess who runs the world? That's the video I was going to make, because this panel is the same people who have promised certain amounts of money to this administration, to America, but through this administration. Larry Ellison with the NVIDIA CEO, along with someone else. It might have been Mark Zuckerberg. I think Mark Zuckerberg promised his own certain amount of money, but they've promised close to $1 trillion.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, you look at that, and now they're on a panel that is going to be giving recommendations in terms of what should be happening with AI, aka data centers. That's a big thing. But then that aside, that's the AI part. And then you have to look at the actual advertiser part. All of these guys, not the NVIDIA so much, but the social media guys, they have a lot of advertisers that they must please, right? In order to keep these huge generators going, right? They already have us. We were the product to begin with. That's how social media works, right? If it's free, then you're the product. That's what they always say. They already have that going. So now they need to please these advertisers. So it's
Yeah.
like, what's the thing that stays constant through the previous admin to this admin? I would say it's the tech guys. That's why you're saying like, oh, look at Mark Zuckerberg flip-flop. Is he flip-flopping, or is he just this existing thing that you're seeing through administrations?
Yeah.
Right? Is he really going back and forth? Because he's still there. And now he's at a point where, I don't know if you know this, there's a lot of red tape around data centers, because if they're close enough to a town, they can really mess up the water supply of that town. There's been some documentaries showing that like people don't have running water. They have to like have jugs for their toilets to pour in. Like there's a lot that they have to do when they're close to these data centers. Now he's going to have free reign to put these data centers where he needs to put them. He won't put them dead center in the middle of New York City, but he is going to put them in places where they have protested. And now, aside from that, like this is like a big rant here, but now there has been a law passed, or at least an executive order signed, where the state cannot govern what's going to happen in regards to AI. It's federal. So it has to be federal. And now we have this council. So now what the council recommends, after infusing so much money into the country, will probably end up happening. And the state level government has nothing that they can say about it at all. And the federal government gets to make the pure decision. So there is this, goes back to like Whitney Webb. Like if you ever look into her stuff, she's been talking about this the whole time. She's been talking about the tech guys and how they're really at the heart of things. And, Elon, I forget how much Elon promised to Trump. I forget how much it was. I feel like it's 200 million, maybe less, but it's like, it's in that range of like 9 figures. So I don't know. You just keep looking at it. It's like Mark Zuckerberg didn't donate to the campaign, but he definitely has made sure to put like a firm stake on like Facebook or Meta is going to give this much money and it's going to create jobs and this and that. And I don't know, man. It seems like there's a constant tech presence through administrations, because
there is, but ultimately the fight is on censorship, and that's just a fight that I'm never going to give up on, because I consider this a spiritual battle. This is like, to me, this is like, if we want to get into the Gospel of John, like Christ is the embodiment of the word, of the Logos, and the Logos is that which all things came to be through, and it's that which sets things right. So I consider, actually, this goes back to the ancient Greek meaning of what logos is. Logos, language. Free speech is divine, logos, in my opinion. Like it's the operation of the word, of the Logos, of Christ in the world. And I don't think any nation, I have this stupid software that gives me a thumbs up whenever my hand does that, but it's so dumb. I don't know how to get it off. It's so freaking annoying. I'll be killing it. I'll be making a great point, and I'll just like, and then the stupid thumbs up will come up. But
it's good. It's good. It means you're talking the truth.
But I just consider it like, again, this pursuit of truth and who Jesus actually was and what he truly embodied. Like, I don't think there's no individual and there's no nation that can thrive if it throttles free speech. Like that's ultimately like one of my core values, I guess you can say. So I feel like the fight against censorship is one that I will like can continue to always do. And I think as far as my role in like the Charlie Kirk investigation, like I'm a commentator and I cover what other people are investigating, like Candace Owens and Baron Coleman. Like they're way better investigators than I am. But like where my role is I'm going to defend free speech and their right to do so without being censored or throttled or diagnosed and put away. Like that's that's ultimately what I believe my role to be in all of this is.
The diagnosed part is very interesting. Like you keep bringing that part up. That's a very interesting part of things that's been done to Candace the most. Diagnosed as an alcoholic, a drug addict, crazy. Her husband has to step in. She should be put in some kind of I don't know, institution. It's very odd that keeps happening. I've never seen it happen to that extent to anybody, the whole diagnosing. But yeah, I definitely I get that. That is because you what you reminded me of when you said the logos, and then you're talking about it being linked to speech. Jordan Peterson, before he got sick, hope he feels better. Don't agree with him on everything, but hope he pulls through.
I got to give Jordan Peterson the credit for that. Like, as far as like original Jordan Peterson, like traditional Jordan Peterson,
Yes, yes.
I consider myself like orthodoxy is like the original teachings of a thing. And as far as orthodox Jordan Peterson goes, there's nothing better than that, in my opinion. You know,
Mhm.
obviously he got more into the political. He said some things I don't necessarily agree with. He actually was one of the primary like diagnosers of Candace and like the woke right type of thing that's out right now.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. So
I
he
thought it
he
was James. I don't know what his last name is,
it
but
was
there's a
both of them, James Lindsay. Yeah, it was both.
yes.
It was kind of both of them. But
Mhm.
the original Jordan Peterson stuff, I mean, as far as the universal kind of meaning of the word and the logos that Jesus embodied, like that's that idea comes from Jordan Peterson, and I
Well,
totally agree with that.
well, I was going to touch on. I wasn't actually going to say that, but I was going to touch on the fact that he was talking about how speech enables you to think. He goes,
Mhm.
they're like intertwined. So
Yes.
it's like when there's things you can't say, there's a certain way that you can't think, and that's what I try to navigate around because I still want to be able to think about these things. I still want to be able to see Charlie Kirk talking about XYZ in 2023 and be like, okay, guys, he actually did change his mind on this. And it wasn't like a quick change like everybody thinks just from one group message because one donor left, however long before he passed away. It was actually years
Yeah.
of him actually reading the way that we all know Charlie to actually do. He was actually researching and researching, and he only felt like, and maybe he talked about it with Andrew, and we'll never know if he talked about it with Andrew, but he felt like he could be really open about it with Candace.
Yeah.
He felt like I can really say this stuff with you.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. It's a very interesting line of thought, the whole thing of censorship, because then you think someone like Charlie. I should jump into this clip. It's been like 20 minutes. It's okay. Anyway, I told you it's gonna be free flowing anyway. Because then you think about Charlie and it's like how much was he actually censoring himself? And then was he actually censoring himself? Because he did have the town halls where he would sit down and have all these kids talk about what they thought about that place. He even
Yeah.
did word associations. The ASU leader of that Turning Point chapter, his name is Dino. He said he thought of liability,
Yeah.
and Charlie was allowing that to happen. And so it's odd. It seems like Charlie was still censoring himself, but allowing other people to say the things, which is why
Yeah.
the whole phrase "Go Max" even exists. It's because Charlie couldn't say it, but he knew Tucker would say it. So
Yeah.
he would allow Tucker on stage so he could actually convey those thoughts, which is why I assume he wanted Candace back on stage with him
Yeah.
because he knew Candace could say those things and
Yeah.
he could push back a little bit and there could be a conversation had. So I wonder, I would love to know as you bring up John and everything, and I'm very young in my faith journey. I was only saved like 3 years ago. Same amount of time that I've been sober. It's like 3.5 years now, actually. So I'm very young in this whole thing. I don't have like scriptures memorized and everything like that. But I would love to know what Charlie would think about what you were saying. Having the logos language connected directly to freedom of speech and like how he would feel about that. And maybe that was something that he was wrestling with a lot. As you talk about wanting to fight for it, maybe that was something that he was wrestling with quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Charlie goes, I mean, he did an interview with Jordan Peterson where he talked about how how much of an impact he had on him, and I think that again, I mean, I'm a little older than Charlie, obviously, but we kind of come from, I think, somewhat of a similar background. I mean, he was more evangelical. I'm a Catholic, but
Okay.
but but as far as like young Christian men, and I would probably even throw you into that as well. I mean,
Yeah.
the impact that Jordan Peterson had on many Christian men who really kind of understood that maybe the faith aspect was important, but like didn't really know why. I think that's ultimately like just the incredible impact that a lot of the early Jordan Peterson stuff has. Like he went through going through the whole Bible and helping us understand like what these stories actually mean and like what all of these things actually mean and why they have just incredible significance, I feel like was kind of the as far as Jordan Peterson's work, the work that had the biggest impact and was most incredible. Like I hope that's what Jordan Peterson is known for, and not some of the later stuff that he's kind of gotten himself in trouble with, like as far as like pro-Israel, Zionism, Bibi Netanyahu. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know the code words. Gosh darn it.
That would be Satan Netanyahu. That's the code word.
Oh, okay, got you.
No, it's BB that people.
Yeah, but as far as like what Charlie thought is, I mean, we all know that Charlie was free speech. Like Charlie was a kind of a free speech absolutist, and I definitely align with that. And my reason for that is spiritual. Ultimately, is why I'm a free speech absolutist. I mean, think about the people that you know that are easiest to be around. Like you and I can sit here, we can talk, we can laugh at each other, we can joke around, we can laugh at ourselves, and you kind of just know someone is like, I mean, not normal, but like you would say based or just approachable, or just like a good person if they can take a joke and laugh at themselves. Like they're open to correction, they're open to criticism, they're not out here and they're not prickly and they're not closed off to correction. And that's the mechanism of free speech working within an individual. The same is true at the national level or with the government. Like these are like a tyrant literally is completely closed off to free speech. Like I would actually say that's a great definition of what a tyrant actually is. Someone who shuts down speech.
But when it comes to Charlie, right, you say free speech absolutist, but then we see the text messages, right, between him and Candace, where he is talking about the Talmud and things like that. He would never talk about that publicly, right? And when people would talk to him about it, he would shut them down. That was pretty much the only time you would see Charlie aggressively shut people down. Even it got to the point where there was one where they were, I forget, it was like in some kind of auditorium. It wasn't like one of the outside ones, but he kind of casted the person out. He kind of like slightly filibustered and kind of was just like, that's it. And he yelled and he's like, get out of here. And like, he literally was like, get out with what you're saying. So it's very hard.
And ultimately he was beholden to donors who muzzled his tongue ultimately, I think. And I think that frustration we really saw come out in the last months of his life. But yeah, ultimately that's one of the things that I say was one of Charlie's biggest mistakes. He surrounded himself with, it seems as though employees and donors that caused him to, when he did start to shift his views, have to muzzle his tongue. And I think he really struggled with that.
I do wonder if it was the donors muzzling. I know near the end it definitely was, but I wonder if that was what was doing it the whole time, or his belief, how he felt about things. You know, it's hard to say, because he does seem like a guy who wouldn't bow down, because at the end of his life, he was not bowing down. And it seems like throughout his whole time of turning point, it was not bowing down. It was, I will meet you aggressively to debate. Not aggressively, more civil. But I do wonder sometimes if it was his belief or the fact that he was muzzled. Near the end, he was muzzled. But I think there was a certain point where he did fully believe that, just like we were talking about at the beginning, where we believed in the admin and we advocated heavily, right? I think there's a little bit of that, which is, I don't know. It's sad. Sad.
I mean, there was a time where Charlie Kirk was a Zionist, and obviously I don't think that that's correct. But I mean, Candace said this, I think, the other day, like, we understand Charlie made mistakes. He was a human being. And I think a lot of what you're seeing from Turning Point USA is just like this guy who everything that he said was the truth, and he's like this godly figure, and that's just, it's just not true. Like, it's just not true. And I think that, like, Candace made a great point. She was like something along the lines of Turning Point USA coming out and being like, well, do you think Charlie's wrong in saying this? And her answer was just like, yes. and as far as like Erica being appointed the CEO, like, if that's what Charlie thought, if he really thought that, if you're actually telling us the truth about that and Charlie really did think that, then I just disagree. I don't think that's the right call. Like, and that's just ultimately what it comes down to. And that's okay. That's okay. Like, if Charlie really did want Erica Kirk to be the CEO of Turning Point USA, I think that's a mistake. But it's very easy for them to prove. They actually have video of him saying this. Like, this is the whole thing that Candace got into with Blake Neff. It's like, just put it out there, and we can think that Charlie's wrong, and then we can just move forward. Like, nobody really cares. Like, we just ultimately want to know the truth, and it's because you guys keep lying and you keep being dishonest and you keep trying to spin and twist things that cause people to be like, okay, well, we're going to start asking questions, and we're also going to grow suspicious of you, and that's pretty much where we are at this point.
Yeah, that whole thing with have you covered it? That whole thing with Candace and Blake?
I knew Candace was going to cover it because she was obviously in it with Blake. The only kind of input that I had into it was I posted that because Blake issued that crazy response to Candace saying, like, you know, I'm not going to give a video to a psychopath. And my only comment on that was, oh yeah, you're too busy digging up videos of Charlie saying he wanted regime change war in Iran. that's the only that's the only video he's working on digging up right now, right?
Yeah, so. Yeah. I was commenting on it. I commented. I tend to know where Candace is going to go, especially when I see her on X getting into, like, she like got into it with Blake. I was like, oh, she's definitely going to talk about this. So I was reading out the whole thing, and honestly. And that was another thing that I wanted to show you. So yeah, honestly, Blake's body language reveals a lot. So you're talking about revisiting. I really, because this is one thing that I really wanted to bring up to you.
Yeah, this is really a good thing for us to get into.
Focus in on his body language. Really focus in on his body language. It'll really change the way that you think of things in regards to him. But I do have to bring up one thing, because you said Erica Kirk was the CEO, and that's what Charlie wanted. Actually, it's been revealed, Baron Coleman actually revealed that Charlie actually wanted him to be the CEO. Here it is. Just
bombshell audio for everybody.
Baron Coleman to be the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
There you go. So just in case anyone's wondering, it's a done deal. He even provided video. So
we got audio. We got a transcript.
I was dying when I saw Baron post that. It was hilarious. Where is the other thing? Just because I know you're focusing on this, I want you to see this. I posted this today because I was like, oh, I'm going to talk with this guy, and this guy's focusing in on people. I want to play this whole thing of Blake. This is the recording that I played, okay? This is as Andrew Colvett is explaining the reason for the SD cards being taken out when he's sitting with Tucker Carlson, just because I know you're revisiting that whole thing. So look at this here. Let me just pull this up quickly, because this is very interesting to me, at least.
So Charlie was very well aware of the existence of evil, obviously. So were us on his team. You know, there's by the way, just one other conspiracy theory I just want to snuff out here. One of our dear friends that literally from the very beginning started with us and loved Charlie like a brother. He grabbed the SD cards out of the camera afterwards. And there's all these conspiracy videos about, like, why did he grab the SD cards? Well, first of all, they're in the possession of the FBI. Okay. It's not like he took them and like ran off with them.
Not true.
Second of all, I asked him personally, I said, why did you do that? And he looked at me, and this was his answer. He said, because I know people can be evil. And he did not want that footage being grabbed by somebody. There was videos of people after the incident going and stealing hats off the table. I mean, so I'm so grateful he did that.
He's like, really,
that was his instinct. He's like, I'm depressed to know that was why I did that. But I knew that I had to protect that footage, because I mean, you know, you're recording in like 4K, you know? And so I'm so glad he did that. But Charlie knew the existence of evil. And
well, can I say, I think that people can feel the existence of evil, and that just to...
It's very weird. Very, very
I mean, it's like, he's like
looking back and forth. He's not actually even looking at, like, you know, if you were sitting beside me, you know, anytime I'd be talking to you, I kind of turn to you. Or if you were talking, I would turn and look at you. You know what I mean? And he's very, like, he seems very shifty. While he's
and then Tucker starts talking, and he like looking at Tucker like, what's Tucker gonna say? What's Tucker gonna say? And Tucker's response to that BS because Tucker sniffed that out. Like, and I actually covered that response. Like, Tucker literally heard what Andrew Colvett was saying there, and Tucker responded with like, he responded broadly with regard to people lying, about people not being trusted because they lie, and that was Tucker's response. And literally, as after Tucker responds, those two just sitting there, like, they sit there quiet and they're just like this, and then Andrew goes, "That's a good response, thank you." It's just like
right, because then they start to realize this is why Charlie kept putting this guy on stage. Like, this is why Charlie was like hanging on to this guy in particular, staying very, very close, just as close as he was with Candace, staying and maybe even closer, because you know, Tucker was actually in contact with Erica as well, like with the family, right? So they had a realization like, oh, this is not, you know, and Megyn Kelly's changed her views a little bit, but when she was on the show, they were able to kind of just steamroll and just say these things. And she was just nodding along and being like, oh, it's great. Erica's going to be the CEO. That's fantastic. All that stuff. They realize with Tucker, it's not the same type of beast. It's a different type of beast that they're sitting in front of when that
absolutely happens. Yeah. And Tucker's face as Andrew's talking, like, that's one of my favorite parts to watch too, because just sitting there just like, he's like, oh no. Oh no. And then Blake's in panic as to like how Tucker's going to answer that question. But like, tell me what you think about this, because this is something that I'm really trying to wrap my head around. Because Andrew Colvett in the beginning, and this interview was, I believe, 9 days. It was on September 19th. It was 9 days after Charlie was killed. And we know that Andrew fed a lot of information to, well, apparently Joe Kent, but also Candace. Like, he reached out to Candace and said it was supposed to be you. He is the one who told Candace about the messages on Charlie's phone saying they were going to kill me. Like, there was a lot, there was communication done by him. And in the early days, you had Andrew Colvett, who was, I mean, I talk about it as kind of like his blabbering, unhinged phase. Like, he's literally, he was kind of all over the place. What do you think about that? Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around what that could mean.
Well, I covered it as it was happening, because as every single thing happened, whether it was with Candace, without Candace, you know, but at this point it was like, really, I was focusing on Candace's investigation, right? At first I thought Andrew could be, you know, not only just like this leak, but he was someone who was next to Charlie all the time, and maybe he was someone who was like, I'm not going to stand by and let this happen. He released a group text message, like you're talking about, to Joe Kent. Yeah, like, that was a pretty big thing. That made everybody go like, oh, like, Charlie actually was changing his views. That was the catalyst. Otherwise, Candace was just a liar and she's just making things up. Right?
Yes. Right. Yeah, he came out. There were actually two very important and subtle, that wasn't subtle, because Andrew came out and said, like, this is my phone. I shared this with the authorities because I thought that it relevant information. But there was also, when Eric Bolling went on the Patrick Bet-David podcast, and that whole thing blew up, where Eric said that Candace hadn't been invited to Turning Point USA, which we knew to be true, which we knew to be untrue, and that Charlie had a silent breakup with her, which we also then came out to find was untrue, because Eric Bolling, maybe 2 weeks later, went back on Patrick Bet-David and said that it was false. But there was actually an article that I found where Andrew Colvett is the one that's originally said that stuff was untrue. He said that Candace and Charlie remained friends. So really, I actually early on believe that Andrew was really trying to figure out what truly happened.
Well, 100%. That's what I think as well. I think, and it's, you know, I'm going based on, you know, the evidence that we know of. He said to Candace it was supposed to be you. He said you and Tucker should lay low. So that's like warning these people, like warning them, like, hey, something could happen to you. Then on top of that, Benny Johnson is friends with Andrew. He's friends with the inner circle. Benny Johnson reveals that someone at Turning Point, it was clearly part of the inner circle, said that there could be state actors involved. Yeah. So it's like, okay, like I don't know that to be Andrew, but it's like, while you're blabbing to Candace and you're blabbing to Tucker and you're releasing things to Joe Kent, it would make sense that he was also the person that said that to Benny Johnson. Then, you know, at that point, he seems, in my opinion, I even said this, I'm like, he seems like a good guy. He actually seems like a good guy at that point. This is before the whole thing where he becomes like, you know, kind of like Erica's lapdog, it seems like to me.
Yes.
Yeah. So at first I thought he was a good guy. Now it's like up in the air. And one thing that I brought up as I was covering all this is that he could be under the same pressure that Charlie was. He was right beside Charlie all the time. He's now running Charlie's show. He could be under that same pressure. There is that pressure for them to go along with everything, because the same way Loomer and Levin and all these people turn on you the second that you kind of even push back a little bit. They did it to Charlie. They're doing it to Megan Tucker, Theo Vaughn now, Joe Rogan. They would do the exact same thing to Andrew, the exact same thing. And he's not as protected. He's not I'm sure he has some kind of security, but he's not as protected in terms of, he's not this huge voice. He's not the CEO. He's just a spokesman. You can really change out spokesmen at the turn of a dime. Like, you know what I mean? Spokesmen are a dime a dozen. So he could be under the same pressure. I still do find that could be a thing that's happening where he knows, like, my friend just got blown away because of what he was saying. It's clear because of what he was saying and how he felt about certain things. If I start saying the same things, working for the same organization, what is going to happen to me? And then on top of that, you know, they talk about $150 million being offered to go to the next level. If you notice, as they did their fundraising events, they made that same money back. So it comes to question, did the Bob Shillman, who minused his money away from Turning Point because he didn't want to support the fact that Tucker was still a part of it, he didn't like what Charlie was doing, did all those donors who stepped away come back? And if they did all come back, well, then Andrew for sure can't voice what he thinks he should voice. And that seems to be the reason why, I think, you have Barron, you know, sending messages to Andrew via his podcast saying, you got to get your soul in check. You got to get your soul clean. There's something going on here. Like, you need to confess, you know, as soon as possible. You need to confess.
Right.
So yeah, I think at one point he thought, let's figure this out. And I think he started coming in contact with the Bureau. He started coming in contact with the prosecution. He started coming in contact with Erica. And I think he got a message of, like, you're gonna walk a straight line. Like, this is not gonna be you just doing whatever. And also, you've been caught. Yeah, because you kind of got caught. You sent those messages out, right? Where the rabbi, Josh Hammer, Andrew, Charlie, and someone else who we're unaware of. There's 5 people in that group chat. We know of 4 people. You got caught doing that. You've been caught multiple times doing things you're not supposed to, talking to Candace, etc. Yeah, I think he's on thin ice. Honestly, I really do. I don't think he's a devious guy. I notice now Barron is not now, but Barron has the thinking like Blake. And, you know, I think this is a good thing to say. Like, Blake didn't have anything to do with it. He's saying, but he thinks that people around him did. I think Blake is more devious than Andrew. Way more.
Interesting.
I think Andrew is good. I think there's a reason why Blake was not Charlie's right-hand man and Andrew was. And I don't think it was a handler aspect. I think they shared a lot of the same thinking, and it would be weird if Charlie wasn't sharing that same stuff he was sharing with Candace. He wasn't sharing with Andrew. He went everywhere with Andrew. Mikey McCoy was just around taking pictures. He was there, but he did everything with Andrew, everything. So it was like, yes, it's a business relationship, but it's also a best friend relationship. Kind of, you know, there is business to it, of course, but that much time together, you would think like, hey man, can I talk to you about Bob Shillman, like, and what he just did? And can I talk to you about this donor? And Adelson got in my face the other day and yelled at me about Tucker. Like, he needs someone to talk to, you know? Yeah. I know he shared every single piece of information with Erica, like all everything. That's why Erica knows everything. But I'm sure he had to have like guy talks, and I would think that would be with Andrew. You know? Yeah,
there's a clip of Erica and Charlie, and they're just talking in their studio. I think it's the one where they talk about. It might be the one where they talk about who's more conservative. That that's also, they show that clip in the Tucker Carlson and on that Charlie Kirk show with Tucker. Erica mentions at one point, like, they're just kind of bantering and talking back and forth and mentioning that, like, Andrew, like, knows, like, very intimate details about them. And I agree that, like, Andrew was, I think, the one. Andrew was the right-hand man. They own their media company together. They were business partners in that regard. Andrew was the guy. And I mentioned that little snippet in the article where Andrew confirmed that Candace and Charlie remained friends. Like, Andrew knew what was going on. You mentioned where Charlie did the focus group with those young Gen Zers. Andrew was sitting right next to him. So Andrew knew exactly what was going on. And he shared, I mean, again, this is this whole thing, right? This whole thing with this text messages that Charlie saying that he had no choice but to leave the pro Philadelphia cause. They said that first, they said those messages didn't exist. Okay. And then once Andrew confirmed that they did exist, now fast forward to Andrew said that he gave them to Joe Kent. And now they're the most sensitive classified documents to have ever existed in American history. Right. So it's like, obviously Andrew suspected something with regard to what happened to Charlie that day. Right. So that to me is evidence right there and then that this is bigger than just Tyler Robinson. Like that to me is one of the earlier tells. You have the right-hand man who knew every intimate detail about Charlie Kirk giving that message to authorities, knowing that Charlie was worried that they were going to kill him. They, as in, generally they, we don't know who exactly they was, but Andrew knew all of this. Andrew knew all of this. See, like, what's interesting for me is, like, I consider Blake just kind of like the bumbling idiot who just, like, says what he's told to say. That's my opinion of Blake.
but there is a deviousness to that. Right? You're like, okay, Blake, this is the story, right? This is the story that we're pushing here. And he's like, okay. The person who can just do that and just nod their head versus the guy who's, like, kind of wrestling with it, because he was so close. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's more heart in that person. But I also feel like Andrew could definitely blow this case wide open with what he knows. If he was called to the stand, if they really took in what Candace was saying and what Barron's been saying, and all of the foreign ties of possible foreign ties, I think he could blow this case wide open. If he was called to the stand, it would be, I think, and he told the truth and all the truth, nothing but the truth. Then I think he'd blow this case wide open, and I think he's just not going to because he's scared.
Yeah, and this is part of my biggest frustration with a guy like Andrew Colvett and also with Erica Kirk. I mean, what I just can't wrap my head around is, like, why in the hell would you not be out there shooting from the rooftops? Like, streaming from the rooftops, shooting from the rooftops.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's a little slip. That's a little slip right there.
Especially when they already did shoot from the rooftops.
I don't even know if I believe he did shoot from the rooftop. That's funny. That's kind of hilarious that slip occurred. But it's just like, why, as Turning Point USA as just an organization, but especially Erica and especially Andrew, who are obviously the closest people to Charlie, why are they not out here? Like, especially when you have Joe Kent coming out, who was their own trusted source in the government, coming out and saying that they are not pursuing all of the leads with regard to the Charlie Kirk investigation. Why in the heck is Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk and Andrew Colvett joining the side that is going after Joe Kent? Why are they not being like, oh my gosh, like, no, Kash Patel, no FBI, like, get your butts in line and pursue these leads? Like, I don't understand. Like, why are they not blowing that up? Why are they not cutting every tie with every Philadelphia donor that was making Charlie's life a living hell in the last months of his life? Like, why is this just, Philadelphia business as usual at this point, going back to it? Why are they putting messages out saying that Charlie wanted regime change and getting community noted? Why are they saying that Thomas Massey's a rhino and getting community noted, which goes against what Charlie said? Like, why are we doing this? Like, that is what I just cannot wrap my head around as far as like Erica Kirk, mainly Erica. I mean, I can see Andrew just kind of being the mouthpiece, but again, if he one of Charlie's closest friends, why are you not why are you not just backing Candace? I don't understand. Yeah. Like that's weird. What I just can't understand.
But
right?
I think it's the danger. I think it's the danger of it all. You know, I mean, I think, and also like speaking to Erica, I think there's you can be some kind of deep state figure and still get taken out with what you have to say or what your stance is. So people feel like there's zero danger around her. There could be. Like, depending on what you do, if you're a deep state figure, you go along with the plan, like you go along with the swamp, you're fine. If you push back against it, you're not fine. Yeah. In fact, they hate you even more because you were part of the plan and now you're messing up the plan. If you weren't a part of the plan and you're just gumming it up, they're like, this moron doesn't even know. But if you're a part of it and then all of a sudden you're going against it, you know, and I can't say that she was, but you know, I'm just saying, I think she could be in the same amount of danger. Like I brought this up because I was covering this before, because I even had a theory at one point. I'm like, maybe Erica's giving Candace this information. Yeah, because it would be like a great cover, because it would just like Candace just goes after her. You know, Erica just sits back and goes, "Oh, I can't believe Candace." But then, you know, on the low, they're like really like, you know, exchanging information, because at one point they followed each other on Instagram. And I was like, oh, that's weird. I'm like, that's an odd thing. Like, you're not just going to do that for no reason. Candace doesn't really post anything other than like her going live and stuff like that. Yeah. So you would think there was kind of a talk that happened there back when Instagram was actually encrypted. I think it's not anymore, but you think there would be some kind of conversation there that they had. So that was my theory. I was like, what if Erica's like the person giving her information? Now, months later, I don't think that's the case. Unless they're both putting on a real good act right now. Real good act. Like, you know, I'm going to sue you type of act. But yeah, it's hard to tell. Like, you know, that's the only thing I can think of. It's either Candace is gumming up the plan so badly and they hate that, or they're scared for their lives. It has to be one of the two. There's no way it's just Candace is insane. And she's so insane that they just don't want anything to do with her. That's not what's happening. It's either they're scared, you're either scared, or you knew something more than what the rest of us know.
Right.
Like it has to be one of the two. So I don't know for sure, you know, trying to avoid those letters that everybody's getting. I haven't checked my PO box in a couple of weeks. I don't know. Hopefully there's no South Bank letters there. But
one of the funny things that happened in that Erica Kirk, Caroline Levitt conversation was Erica was talking about how she, what she thinks about all the conspiracy theories that are being spread about her. And she just said, I don't have time for that. I don't care. And my first thought was, well, you send out an awful lot of cease and desist letters for somebody that doesn't care.
That's a good point. I did see that clip. Yeah, you're 100% right. For those of you that don't know, she sat down with Caroline Levitt. I can actually show this. She sat down with Caroline Levitt, and she had a lot to say at times, and then like a lot that she didn't want to say at times. Let me see if I can find this. Is this the part where she's saying somebody's saying she's caught in another lie? Yeah, I think this is it. Here, let me just pull this over here. Because yeah, that's a great point you're bringing up there. Huge point. I think this is it. Let's see here.
No, totally. There'll be people that are like, did you see what they're saying about you on X? And I'm like, no, I don't have time. And actually, quite frankly, I really do not care. I am actually really busy right now playing Magna Tiles, and that is way more important.
Changing diapers.
Yes, than hearing the endless onslaught that really is just noise.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of cease and desist. It's coming from, like, I got this clip from Project Constitution, as you can see right there, and like he got two already.
Yeah. Couple things there. So you care, you don't care, but you send out an awful lot of cease and desist letters for someone that doesn't care. And then also here's my thing. Like, you spend an awful lot of time doing magnetiles and changing diapers, which is what I think that Erica should be doing, given what she said that she values as a mother of young children.
Yeah.
You're not being the CEO of Turning Point USA if that's what you're spending the majority of your time doing. So therefore, I consider her as being appointed the CEO of Turning Point USA in this so quickly after Charlie was assassinated, given the fact that she has young children and given the fact that those were the values that they stood on while Charlie was alive. I just, again, like, what kind of CEO of this organization, and you saw who Charlie was, like, he did a 360-day, travel schedule, and he was all over the place. He was engaging with people all over the country. He was advising the president on certain issues, like with regard to foreign policy, for example. But like, you actually had an organization, whether you agree with what Turning Point USA was doing or not, you at least had a CEO of that organization who was doing the job on behalf of the donors and the nonprofit that organization is. I can't say the same about Erica Kirk. So, as far as a lot of my criticism goes with regard to Erica Kirk, it is kind of the decision for her to be in the CEO role and looking at kind of like the political fallout of her taking over this role. Because again, we had an organization that was a very powerful and influential conservative Christian organization. Although I now that my eyes have been open to the Philadelphia influence with regard to the organization, it has caused me to have second thoughts. But like, again, when I've referred to it a couple times leading up to the Trump campaign and the impact that they had on it, really allowed me to appreciate the kind of the powerful force that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA actually was. But you don't have that anymore. And I think not having that from a conservative Christian side, like, that matters to me. So that's ultimately, that right there is a pretty good summary of why I don't appreciate kind of the direction that they've taken at this point.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody does. I mean, even they lost that. They lost the Turning Point, Arkansas. They lost that.
Right? They did.
Yeah, so it's clear. And I did a whole little coverage on that, and I was like, because Dino, who's actually the head of it, he's actually at that town hall. He's one of the guys. He has a baseball cap on. He has long hair, and he's there. Yes. And you can hear how he's talking. And the thing that I derived was, again, kind of just like Andrew, he was there in person with Charlie. So I know how these things go, right? After we're done, we'll talk off camera a little bit. Beforehand, we talk on camera a little bit. It's probably the same type of thing that they had going in that town hall. They probably got to talk to Charlie off camera. Charlie probably opened up a little bit. Since he knew that they were all open, he started having the conversation. He for sure didn't shout those kids down or shut them down or anything. He allowed them to have the conversation. They probably talked. And after Dino actually heard Charlie's actual words of what he thought about that whole thing, and then he saw what Turning Point was doing, he's probably like, this is completely different. They even said, they're like, you're being manipulative. Like, they made sure to like call that out. You're being manipulative with the way how you say this is what Charlie would want, and this is what Charlie wanted, and Charlie would love this, and et cetera, et cetera. And it turned them off. And I think that's going to happen with more chapters as time goes on.
Yep.
A lot more.
Yeah. And you saw Charlie's reaction in that clip. Like, that was a clip that I covered. I know you've mentioned going back and looking at that. What was it? It's not like a town hall, but it's like it was a focus group ultimately with Gen Zers. And do you remember Charlie's reaction? Well, I don't know if it was to that specific individual, but I think like the next individual that spoke about the I hope this is an okay word, about the anti-Semitism issue. And you could see Charlie's like relief and reaction. Like, he was just like, oh, thank you for saying that.
Yes. And you know what's funny? I have this same conversation all the time with what you're talking about. So what he's talking about is basically there was this literal like big sigh of relief that somebody is finally saying this thing, because he goes, I've been trying to tell them. He's like, I've been trying to get this point across for the longest time. And I myself grew up with a lot of Philadelphians. Right. So I have a lot of friends of that. It was a very weird little section because it was like there was a Catholic school down the street, and then there was a synagogue over here, and then there's a Catholic high school over there. So it was like a lot of mix of like Catholic and then Orthodox Jewish. It was weird. Everyone got along for the most part. Kind of. And
as long as you didn't say anything too controversial, everybody got along, right?
But it's very interesting because I have that conversation all the time where I'm like, man, the representation is just terrible. You know, like I have a lot of friends who are like, they're like secular, you know, but they're normal. Yeah. And they feel that the country they were born in is most important. That's what's most important. And I always say, I'm like, man, if one of you were like the representation, it would be a lot better because you could at least have a sensible conversation. But when you have Levin and the Shapiro and all these different people, the representation is horrible. And that was one thing that I think they said Charlie said in a letter talking about the PR of everything. Mm-hmm. He was trying to help them, like, don't be so aggressive about this. Let people have the conversation. Let voices talk.
Yes.
And they never took that on. And in fact, when he tried to do it himself, they were like, you'll get the same treatment. Yeah. And that was it. Like he even says on Megyn Kelly's podcast, he's like, you know, my moral integrity has been put into question. My morality has been put into question because I'm trying to have these conversations. Yeah. And, you know, one thing I keep on forgetting because I wrote it down. One thing that you should definitely revisit if you haven't already is his conversation with Ben Shapiro. The reason that that came up in my head is because you were talking about Andrew Colvett and, Andrew Colvett organized, I don't know if you heard about this, he organized that interview. And he reveals in the New York Times interview that Charlie was actually very upset about him organizing this interview. Yeah. Right. So if you go back and revisit that, I mean, Charlie's body language is his body language and his language as he's talking is this very screw you mentality, like in his face. And Ben's body language is very much like, oh, you want to F around and find out, huh? Like, oh yeah, like you're really saying that right now. Like it's very, very interesting to watch back now that we know that Charlie was upset about the interview. Now that we know about everything Charlie was looking into, how do you look at like if you're changing your opinions and you're actually reading into things the way that Charlie was, and then you're faced with someone like Ben Shapiro, which he had a bunch of negative text messages about Ben Shapiro anyway. You know, how do you look at a guy like Ben Shapiro? Like they were not friends. That whole thing of them being friends and them being close, it's a lie. And that speaks again to what you were saying. Like, how could she have Ben Shapiro talk directly after her at AmFest?
Well,
like how do you do that?
And where it gets even worse is, why do you have Erica Kirk, who we know has Charlie's cell phone and access to all the text messages? Why do you have the only text messages being leaked to Graham Allen talking about the justification for Ben Shapiro being on stage at AmFest? Why is that why are those the text messages being leaked? Did you remember did you see that? Did you see Graham Allen? He put the text message thread between Charlie and Ben Shapiro talking about how Ben would be at AmFest. Yeah. And they actually didn't even set it. Ben Shapiro came, Charlie asked him to come on to AmFest, and he would, I believe, host a debate between the two of them, I believe. And or just a conversation maybe is what Charlie was trying to get him to do. And Ben came back and was like, well, if you're going to have this and this person do that, then I want to have my own speech and blah, blah, blah. He came back like pretty difficult about it. But of course, we only have those messages because, well, if Erica has the phone, she's giving them to someone like Graham Allen so that we can all see that Charlie and Ben were what? Are they? Was the point of it supposed to say that Charlie and Ben were friends? That's not even what the text messages show.
No.
But again, it's like, all right, well, can you share the text message thread between like him and Dan Flood or Andrew Colvett? Like, I mean, how about all the rest of these messages that we're talking about here? Like, why are you selectively choosing to release these ones out into the public? Like, that to me, again, it's just another tell that's just like, what message are we trying to push here?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point because I did see those, and it's sent to Graham Allen, who, if you don't know, it seems he works for the Department of Defense currently.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah, because usually, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you go find her on X, you see former congressmen, right? If you see Dan Bongino's old deputy FBI director account, you see the same thing. You see former. You should, at least. I haven't actually checked Dan Bongino. You should see former. If you look at Graham's, his is still active. There's no former. There's no former to this at all. Oh no, do not leave that webpage. Okay, good. I almost left our chat.
It is so hard to figure out who is trustworthy, man. Like, this is, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
He is a current, it looks current to me. And it was joined 2025 February. So it's not like it's like this old thing that he just forgot about, right? This is him.
What the heck, man?
Yeah. DOD. It says right there. That's him.
Is that like a legit account? Is that for real?
Yeah, it is. Because, I mean, who was even talking? Who even cared to even smear Graham Allen back in 2025? Like, nobody really cared about this guy at all.
Very I didn't even know who he was until he started white knighting for Erica Kirk and going after Candace.
And it hasn't been used. So there's been no usage of it in 2026. So it's not like it's a troll account and they're like constantly posting as Graham Allen. So that's just,
well, there you go. There you go.
You see what I mean? Like, it's like, that's the person that she gave it to. I don't know, man. The whole thing is weird. And then her mom has contracts with the DOD as well. I don't know. The whole thing just seems wild. She seems like a very deep state character. Like, I think I've said, I think she's going to be in politics for a while. I think we haven't seen the last of her. I don't think it's going to be like, oh, she fades away 2026, 2027. I think we're going to see her for a while. I don't know if she'll be VP. I don't know if they're actually going to be ballsy enough to try that. But they were going to try that with Charlie. That Vance
I mean, you know, Baron Coleman, they started the Vance Kirk website after Charlie died. So
exactly, right? And then before that, I mean, after Charlie passed away, it was maybe like 2 weeks after. Mikey McCoy, Frank Turek, Rob McCoy, they're all on one podcast together. And they're all talking about how, you know, like, she would be a great president. She would be a great vice president. Frank Turek was like, I'm not letting go of the idea of a Vance Kirk ticket. He's like, I'm not letting go of that idea. I think that can still happen.
Yeah.
And then you see that website's made.
Yeah.
Mikey McCoy, what do you think of him?
Mikey McCoy, he is also on video saying that the Vance Kirk ticket can still happen.
Yes.
He came out and said that.
Yes, in the same video, unless there's multiple of them saying it, which wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, they're all pushing that. So I don't think she's going to go away. I think she's going to be around for a while, you know. And I don't know if it's always going to be in the form of Turning Point CEO. I think they're going for politics. I really do. I think they're pushing her into politics. I mean, even the fact I said yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I said yesterday where I was talking about when the president is saying, "Oh, you should just sue them all." You know, when he's talking to her, that's a sign. Like, people think that's just like, oh man, she's going to do it. That's a sign of fear, in my opinion. You knew she was there. You didn't have to say that out loud. You know, I mean, as much as he's off the cuff, you know, he said that for a purpose. Yeah. And I think that's to strike fear into people because they understand that, like, things are kind of crumbling. Her support is crumbling before it even starts, before they even start asking people about if they'll support her. It's already crumbling, you know. Her whole appearance is just crumbling. So
yeah. I mean, you better take America's boss babe, shove her down your throats, and take it. That's where we're at.
That's exactly where we were at with Kamala. That's exactly what it was. It was like, oh, this cultural phenomenon. Wow. Sometimes she's black, and sometimes she's Indian, and, you know, sometimes she's Italian if she's in New York getting pizza, and it's like she's just all these different personalities all at once. It's like, oh, this is your great thing, you know?
Yeah, she's Spanish when she's talking to Spanish people. I mean, yeah, it really is. It's incredible. She morphs into anything that she wants to be. I mean, the thing is, though, is that I don't know, man. Like, I was rooting for Erica Kirk. I've said this many times on my show, was rooting for Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA in the early days. You know, the more I feel like she's been kind of forced upon us. And I mentioned, you know, the show from last night with her and Caroline Levitt. Like she's hard for me to listen to. Like I don't, she's not exciting. She's not inspiring. I don't believe that she is. I mean, she's not, the thing, it's hard for me to say, like, I don't think she's competent, because I worry that maybe she is very, very competent, right? Like that's kind of my dilemma with her, right? But as far as it goes, like, you know, as far as her being this dynamic and really smart CEO that they say Charlie was saying that she was, like, I don't see it, at least from my own observation and analysis.
You don't believe AI Charlie? You don't believe AI Charlie when he says he appointed her and she's going to do great? You don't believe him? How dare you?
I believe that audio is complete BS.
AI Charlie is alive and well, and he wants Erica to run the world. I think that's what this clip is. It's been like an hour. I haven't touched this clip. Let's take a look at this clip. Hold on. Let me jump over here. Share this clip. Little bit of Candace for everybody. Little bit of Candace. Here we go.
In August, before all this happened, he had a event where he had some donors at, and one of the first questions they asked was, God forbid if something happens to you, like what would happen next to Turning Point? And Charlie made a really interesting point. He said companies, you know, example, Apple, Macintosh, he said they're founder led. He said, but what I have built will one day, if I'm not around, be.
Just have to interrupt. Does she think Apple and Macintosh are different companies?
When I was listening to that, I literally heard her say Apple and Macintosh, and I was like, Macintosh is a product within Apple. Like, what in the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. You might be wrong about her not being competent. You might be
right. Wrong. Like when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you've been trying to be this influencer your entire life. You've not been able to do so. You've been trying to be famous for your entire life. You've not been able to do so. And like, yeah, you married up and now you're in this spot, but like you don't have what it takes. Like, and when I hear stuff like that, I'm just like, what are we talking about here? And Candace gets to this. Candace gets to this. We're like, what did I just listen to? Ultimately, where she gets to that.
Be vision led. And he had made mention at the end, like, you know, Erica will do a great job running it. And when I watched that video this week, it really put into perspective my youth and what I went through growing up and what I witnessed, you know, my mom having her own company and being a single mother and watching her be the blueprint of, you know, I'm not afraid of raising my children alone because I saw my mom do that. I'm not afraid of being a CEO because I saw my mom do that.
So now it's kind of tracking for me why she started saying that her mother grew up as a single mother. She never did. I told you Erica had a bonus parent. She always had a stepfather in the home when her parents divorced, and her father was always in her life. But I see now we're curating for this moment of becoming the CEO. And this feels too timely, right? This investor meeting, which she's referring to, just so you know, took place from August 15th to the 17th in Aspen. So this was a mere 3 weeks before Charlie died. And making matters more interesting was AmFest. This is Turning Point's big year-end event. They decided to make premiere Charlie saying this, but audio only. Okay, so they stripped the video and used just the audio as Erica's walkout music. They used what they are alleging is Charlie's voice, but no video. That's a very curious decision, because if you do in fact have a video of Charlie naming his wife to the position of CEO, wouldn't that be the most powerful footage that you could possibly release to get the public to rally behind her?
Yep.
Everyone's missing him. They're missing his voice. Wouldn't that be like the first thing you did? How powerful would it have been to have a video running and then you see Charlie and he's like, I want my wife to be the CEO if I die, right? And so I'm wondering what would possibly guide your decision to only release the audio? And I'm going to allow you to listen to that audio. And I want you to listen carefully to the audio, okay? Listen carefully to the audio. Take a listen.
A lot of this could be done without me, and I believe that. I mean, from the high school department, the college department, let's make Turning Point so big that it can survive beyond just the founder. A lot of organizations and groups, as soon as a founder leaves, it just kind of collapses. A lot of my job is not always in the day-to-day details. It's very much vision casting, very much driving success. But we have a great board, and God forbid if something happens, they'll figure it out. I appoint my wife to run Turning Point USA if something happens to me. Erica would do a great job.
That right there,
Just sort of
that right there is pieced together.
Yeah.
I'm going to play more of this, but that's pieced together. I bet if you had the ability to just pull up everything of him talking, you'd be able to find each line in a different place, because that ending line, you can hear it. He's kind of laughing. So it's like, it's almost like the end of a laugh, like somebody tells a joke and you're just like, yeah, my wife would do a great job. That's what it seems like with that last line, right? Where he says, I appoint my wife, right? They stitched that together.
Yeah, they cut it
very
in there.
well.
Yeah, they cut it in there. Yeah,
yeah. That's what I think that is. I don't know that it's all AI, but it feels like it's stitched together with the pacing of it. Being an editor for like 12 years, I can tell when something is very stitched together. That's what that seems like to me. It seems very, very put together. That last part, they always say, I've worked in like telecommunications for a long time, like before all this, and they would always talk about, you could hear a smile. They want you to smile when you're on the phone because people can hear your smile. They can hear it. And you can hear that in that part where he's saying that, and you can tell somebody has said something funny and he is now going on with the joke saying, I appoint my wife. That's what's happening there. And they're taking it as a very serious thing.
Yeah.
And
I can definitely see that. Like he said it maybe like facetiously or with some like, sarcasm or maybe like as a joke or something like that. Maybe he's talking just like, at home in his house and the phone is on, right? Like is recording him, right? Like you don't know where exactly he said it, but like Candace made a great point on her show. I think it might've been yesterday. And that like if the board did appoint Erica as the CEO, as like the figurehead and as kind of like the icon of the organization, like that's not really that weird. Like, I don't think anybody was really suspicious of the fact that Erica was going to take over. Like, if she wants to continue Charlie's legacy and if she wants to go and do this, then fine. But like now they're coming up with all of these different things that like to justify why Erica has to be the CEO. And it's just like, we didn't really ask for any of this, but now that you guys are trying to like literally force this upon us, we're just like, why are you doing this? Like, you know what I mean? Like they don't have like the common sense to just be like, there wasn't really an explanation that needed to be provided.
Yeah.
And I think Candace made that point. I thought it was a good one.
Yeah. It's interesting. It was really, the jig is up for me just because, for no other reason. I've never trusted Ben Shapiro. I've never trusted people who look, they're on YouTube, but they look like the mainstream media. So I've just never trusted that whole thing. I just think it's an odd thing. It's like, oh, you're here and you're independent, but you look just like them and you have a lot of the same talking points. You're basically like Fox News with like, a blue and white twist, little blue and white swirl, but you're Fox News basically. So when Ben Shapiro was like, she's the best person to be CEO. When he said that, I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Because even Ben, he seems like he's a little bit on the spectrum. Even he would be like, highly illogical, not really sure why they made that decision, but that's fine. Instead he's like, she's the absolute best person to be CEO. She is fierce, and he's talking about her qualities. And then you learn later on, Ben doesn't even know Erica.
Right.
So
yeah.
like,
Megyn Kelly. Yeah. Megyn Kelly came out and said that. Yeah. The facts don't care about your feelings guy. Totally logical and extremely, competent, going to make the right decision here. Says something that's completely from, his feelings or just completely untrue. Yeah. That's a great observation.
Yeah, it's crazy. So a lot of people, I have a nerd voice that I do. I go, actually, and that's Ben Shapiro all over. we call that character Dr. Phil E. Delphia. That's what we call him.
Phil E. Delphia.
But let's keep going with this clip just a little more.
Sort of a weird ending there. No? Answering the question, we have a great board. Like, you know, they'll figure everything out. And then suddenly I appoint my wife. So great point. I appoint my wife to do if anything happens to me. It seems out of place. At the very least, we can determine that that is clearly an edited audio. That's very clearly edited audio. So I set about just sort of after I met with her, reaching out to people that attended that event, like trying to figure out, okay, who attended this event? Like what was their memory about this event? And I spoke to a total of 4 people. And I can tell you that 3 out of the 4 people, and one was a couple, did not remember Charlie saying this. They did not remember Charlie Kirk saying this. And the 4th person, or rather couple, who said that they did remember it, and without giving you guys alluding to any further details, they would be considered a conflicted witness because they have ties to Turning Point outside of a donor relationship. Okay. So I found that to be very compelling. That's not something you forget. She says the first question he's asked, hey, you're 31. What happens if you die? You know, what do you want to happen if you die? That does not seem true. It doesn't ring true to me. Okay. Anyway, so yesterday, Blake Neff, he went to, or maybe it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before yesterday, he went to Arizona State University, and somebody asked him a question and really kind of took them to the cleaners, just saying like, look, Turning Point's got some shady connections. Erica used to be in a CIA video. You seem to be reversing course on everything that Charlie wanted. And like, what's up with this? What's going on here? And Blake Neff was very emotional as he always is. And he went on to emphatically insist that Charlie desperately wanted Erica to be his successor. I want to take a listen to what Blake Neff said back to the student.
The reason Erica is front and center at Turning Point is because when Charlie was alive, people repeatedly asked, Charlie, we're worried something will happen to you. People always speculated that something could happen to Charlie. And when he was asked, he would first of all, he was totally fearless. He would just say like, oh, it'll be fine. Erica will take over for me. That is what he said over and over. I saw them interact all the time, almost on a daily basis. Even when he was traveling, he was calling her all the time. He was talking to her all the time. Charlie and Erica were partners. They were husband and wife in a deep way. They're married.
I hope you're husband and wife with your wife in a deep way. You know, that's an interesting way of saying that.
I've said to my audience, like, look, like if something happens to me, you ain't gonna see Casey Costello on the Zach Costello YouTube channel. You're just not.
No. My wife as well. She's not doing that. She's not putting on the hat and everything and doing the clap and everything. Nope. She doesn't have it in her. She doesn't have it in her because she'll be too sad. That's why my wife will be too upset to do it. She will be crying all the time. You'll just be sending super chats saying, please stop crying. It'll be the daily white woman crying in front of camera show instead of the Coach Colin show.
Yeah, my wife will be living her values and taking care of our children, which is, you know, her vocation and what she desires to be doing. She's not going to be the CEO of my company. She's not going to take on the media head of the Zach Costello YouTube channel. She's not going to do that. No. And I've said, and I've also said, and you saw this post that I put up, Coach, about Erica grieving over the casket. I literally have said, like, if something happens to me and my wife does this for a social media moment, I give you permission to criticize her for it.
Yeah, right. I mean, come on. What are you doing here? You know, leave my embalmed hands alone. You know, you don't need to do that for social media. You know, I'm so lucky, you know, as you sound like you're the same type of lucky that my wife actually wanted to be a housewife. She wanted to be a mother. She wanted to be that, like what she is doing now. She wanted that. And it was before she even turned to God herself, because I actually turned first. I was saved and I got sober and everything. I started going to church regularly. I got into Christian men's group and I was just going just routinely. And then one day she was like, you know, I want to come to church with you. She'd never been in a church before. And then we just started going. And then the next thing you know, like I never pushed anything on her. I would pray and I'd say, God, reveal yourself to her, touch her heart, her mind, her soul. That's all I would say in my prayers, but I would never push it towards her. I never even pray in front of her, really. And then one day it was like she was reading scripture and we were in Ohio. We were passing through. We like to travel up and down the entire continent, really. And we were in Ohio and I think we were going down to Memphis. And we stopped at this gas station. We saw these devotionals, and she's like, I think we should get these. And we got one for couples, one for women, one for men. And the whole trip, we just started reading that. We were just reading those things to each other and everything like that. But before she even, came along with me in this journey, she revealed, she's like, I want to take care of the kids. That's what I want to do. I don't want to be a boss lady. I want to take care of the kids. And I was like, wow. Because I want to provide. I was an Uber Eats driver at the time, but I was like, I'm hoping that I can provide somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and that's incredible. It's crazy how like the different stories are. I mean, like my wife, she went to college and she was kind of like bought into the whole like kind of boss babe type of thing, and she got her CPA. Like she's sharp. She's very smart. But it wasn't until actually we had our kids. It wasn't actually until we had our oldest and then our second where she was like, I really just want to be home with our kids. Like a switch flipped in her. And I think that happens a lot, but she just completely changed. And then she was like, I want you to provide and I want to be home. And we made that decision. And it was hard at first. I mean, especially in like small business entrepreneurship. I mean, there's certainly ups and downs, and it's been I would say it's been incredible. And she's now home. She takes care of our 5 kids, and the 6th is on the way. But I would say also from my perspective, just having the responsibility now to be the sole provider to my family, like it flips a switch in the man's mind as well when that happens. Like there's nothing more meaningful for me than having to go out and provide for my family, knowing that they are fully reliant on me. And I think that provides like an incredible, not just motivation, but it's like a spark. Like I don't know what it is, but it's pretty incredible.
You're 100% right. I think something happens when you step into what I talk about all the time in terms of people's like vocations and like what they really want to do. But I think something happens, like you said, a spark. Something happens in you, and everything falls into place as well. Like that's what I found. Like I had that switch. And there was no way I could provide. And we decided, while I could not provide, we decided we're going to have kids, and we were just going to take that leap of faith, and we're just going to trust God, trust that we could provide. Because a big thing for me is like, I never had any grandparents. I have a picture of one of my grandparents, but I've never seen them. I barely even know their names. Like they had nicknames and stuff. Like the West Indies is like all crazy. So I've never had any, but like for my wife's parents, I was like, man, like you should really, like my mom was already a grandmother. My oldest brother already had kids and stuff, but I was like, your parents, I was thinking of her dad mainly. I was like, this guy, he would be a great grandfather. And, I really wanted to do like, that was like maybe 40% of why we decided to have kids. Cause I was like, I don't want them to be too old and to miss. I really wanted that to happen for them. So we stepped into it. And by the time she was ready to give birth, I was providing. It's like something switched, some other gear activated in me where I could make 3 YouTube videos a day and then go out and do Uber Eats for 14 hours a day, and then come back and do the whole thing over again. And, 4 hours of sleep at night. And it turned into something, by the grace of God. It turned into.
And I think that by the grace of God is an incredibly important thing for you to say. And I just think that I'm just a big believer in that if you are all in on your vocation and your God-given purpose, that is how it works. Like if you are doing the things that are aligned with your God-given vocation and purpose, like God will provide for you. And that's ultimately where my faith and trust is when it all comes down to it.
That's great. Great to hear. Yeah, I knew it's very odd that I always find this, like as I interview people, and this has happened before I even started like this particular podcast, but I just I stumble onto people who are like deep in their faith. Like I didn't know that about you at all. I said yes, and then I was watching one of your shows, and I watched it all the way through, and I was like, oh, he's going in the scripture. Like I had no idea. I saw the cross, but I was like, there's a lot of people who just have a cross and like it doesn't mean anything in their life, right? So then when I saw you're actually doing it, same thing with Barron. I didn't know anything like that about Barron, and then all of a sudden I talked to him. I'm like, oh, like he was talking about this like divine part of like what he's doing now, how it's like a divine thing that's happened to him, and And I felt the same way. And it was just like, I just keep stumbling onto people who are like deep in their faith. Even the mods. Seems like even the mods that came over to me, they also mod for Baron. And then, like, some of them seem like they're deep in their faith as well. And I'm like, wow, what's going on here? You know, like, it's just always attracting that way. You know, I know some people, you're not into religion, you don't like this part. Well, you know, yeah, you got to kick rocks. Okay.
Well, and also, and like, that's fine too. Like, I have a lot of people that will comment on my stuff and be like, hey, this is like, Zach, I'm not religious, but like, I watch your stuff because I feel like I can trust you. It's like, and I feel like that's probably the case for you as well. And I share that experience, like with someone like Baron. You know, I don't know Candace at all, and I've never spoken with her, but like, I just kind of, there's like an understanding that I feel like I have with regard to just certain people. And like when I spoke with Baron on the phone, like we just kind of talked for a while, and I just like I just like know that is a guy that I can trust. And you and I having this conversation, like this is the first time we've ever spoken, and I just feel like we're kind of aligned on a lot of things, right? Like, and I do feel that way about Candace as well. Like, people accuse her of being a liar and lying. I truly don't think that she is lying, and I don't think that she can. I think that there are like, for me, for example, like I mean, I don't want to get, you know, I struggle if I feel like I'm living outside of the truth. Like, mentally, I feel like I struggle. Like, a rock and a foundation for me is to know that I am pursuing the truth. I might be wrong about certain things, but like, being based in the truth, like knowing that I am in reality and aligned with reality, is something that's incredibly important for me, because I feel like if I'm not, like, I experience higher anxiety. Like, I have, you know, I'm more subject to intrusive thoughts having an effect on me. Like, I literally, like, mentally, I can't. So I feel like there are people like that. And I feel like, just when I see Candace, like, I believe that she is that way too. And I just think that there are people who cannot be, you can't live in lies. And I guess I physically and mentally cannot. Like, ultimately is what it comes down to. And I might be wrong. And I'm willing to admit that if I am wrong about a certain thing, then I'm fine doing that. I don't really care.
That's why it's become a thing on this channel. When I talk about being hoodwinked, like, people laugh, because it's like, I talk about it all the time. I'm like, this guy fooled me. Definitely wrong about this guy. Bongino fooled me. Like, it's just, you know, you have to be able to admit when you're wrong about things. It's like, it's especially when it's so glaringly apparent, right? Like, we're talking about the admin, we're talking about, like, you know, hoodwinked again with like the whole thing of like, oh, I'm like, I thought it was just the left doing this type of stuff. And now I can point out when these weird psyop type things are happening on the right. And it's all the time, the coordinated efforts that are happening towards Candace and things like that. Now towards Baron as well.
Yeah.
You can just, you know, it's wild. And it's like, that's one of the things. It hoodwinked me. I thought it was just the left. Thought it was just them, but like, no, it happens on the right just as much. And I have to, I always say I have to stay congruent in my thinking. Right? You want to stay congruent. You don't want to just say these people on the left are this and then ignore it when it's happening on your side. Right. You know, you want to be able to say, okay, I can see it happening on my side as well. But yeah, that's good. That's a good way of being. I felt like that when I don't do comedy, because I do stand-up comedy as well. And yeah, when I wasn't doing comedy, when I was running from it because I was scared to go on stage, when I was running from this because I was afraid to just talk in front of a camera, because that was a thing years ago. I felt terrible. I just felt like I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. And, you know, shout out to anybody who's working in a warehouse or a grocery store or Uber Eats. I mean, but for me, when I was doing that stuff, it just felt, it felt like I was dying inside. And it was like, I just want to, even when I started this podcast, like, you can go to check episode number 1. I'm wearing like a vest and a tie, you know, and like a dress shirt. And like, I got to like episode 5 and I'm like, what am I doing? I'm like, this is not me. I'm like, I have to, I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, why am I dressed like this? Because the second it was done, I'd be like, get this stuff off of me. I was like, who am I trying to impress? And then I just
100%. 100%. Yeah, I go back and look at my early episodes. I'm like dressed nicer, and I'm just like, what am I doing? Like, I just like to wear. I get a hard time. Like my audience will be like, Zach, you wear like the same, you know, because you wear the same shirts every year. Like I have 5 like comfortable Lululemon athletic shirts that I'm gonna wear, and I don't care. I'm not gonna sit here in a suit and tie. I'm not going to. So that you're just not gonna get that from me. Like you're just not.
That's so funny. I was just gonna say that. Now they can't get me to change my shirt. Like I'm not changing. I don't care. I got like a bunch of these. This is a Longhorn shirt. I found this shirt. I think it was Barton Springs, the mall there. I bought like 4 of these shirts. I was like, of course. I bought it in different sizes for when I lose weight. I'm like, I'm wearing this forever. This is just what I'm wearing. Yeah.
If I find stuff that works, I just wear the same thing every day. I'm good with that.
Exactly. My closet's like Batman's closet, like Superman's closet. It's just the same thing all the time. You know, just being true to yourself, right? It's way better that way. Actually, we're at like 2 hours. I gotta ask you, what was the experience with the Andrew Wilson thing like for you? Like, what was that like for you? Because I know that he is very aggressive and he loves to debate. That's like what he lives on. So what was that whole experience for you like?
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting how that all came about. Like I actually didn't know what Andrew thought about the entire Charlie Kirk investigation or what his thoughts were about Erica Kirk. So he had kind of called out Ian Carroll from a video that I did, or a clip that I had posted on X about Joe Kent. It's a point that I made here where I said, I don't understand like why Erica's not shouting from the rooftops about what Joe Kent is saying here, trying to find the truth about Charlie Kirk. And then Ian reposted that and said like Erica hasn't cared about what happened to Charlie, something along those lines. And Andrew Wilson was like, I will debate you on this. And I just responded to Andrew and I was like, I'd be happy to have you on for a conversation about what you think about all this. And he responded with something like, what, you just want to give me a monologue, or you just want me to do a monologue on your show about what I think? And I was like, I don't know what you think. So I invited him on. He's a guy that I've seen a good amount of, but like, you know, he's an Orthodox Christian, and I don't, you know, he's got a certain style that maybe isn't my style. But I think there's a lot that he and I do align on. So I was just curious as to his thoughts. So I was approaching it as a conversation. I mean, I kind of knew what I was getting myself into. I've seen what some of the things that he said about Candace Owens and kind of his takes on her. So I was curious, but I was more curious as to like why. And then it turned into what I've described as just like a slog of a conversation, where I felt like we were kind of just fighting and going back and forth over terms and semantics over things.
Yes.
And look, like getting clear on terms and those words that we use is important. And I'm not, you know, I appreciated the tough conversation, I guess you can say. Like, I'm not going to shy away from difficult conversations in the pursuit of truth. But like, one of the things that was most frustrating for me is I feel like Andrew was in this seat where he was constantly demanding like evidence of the alternative claims that are being made regarding the Charlie Kirk assassination case. And I feel like this demand for evidence, it might be effective if you're trying to win a debate and be right. Like, I feel like that's what ultimately he was approaching that conversation to do, win a debate and be right. But I feel like the constant appeal to evidence is something that like even Andrew would agree, like we don't accept about many things in reality. Like we accept a lot of things actually on faith and trust and intuition, without like hard show me evidence things. Like Andrew's an Orthodox Christian. He believes that Jesus rose from the dead. He believes in God. The atheists do this a lot. They demand the same thing of believers that Andrew, I feel like, was demanding of me in that conversation.
Good point.
So I didn't feel like that was fair. What I also don't think is fair, and what I brought up to, I think this helped me clarify the thought on this, is that we are actually, what we're demanding on our side is we're demanding a competent and honest investigation so that we can find the evidence. Like what Joe Kent has said is that they've actually shut down the lead so that we do not pursue them, and therefore we don't have evidence. So what we're demanding is a fair and honest investigation so that we can find the evidence, so that we can find the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk. But like, again, like I can't provide evidence, or I don't have any evidence for evidence that's being buried or shut down by the authorities. A good example of that is like what we just saw with the pipe bomber. Like we literally have the government who puts a protective order on evidence showing that another suspect failed a polygraph. And none of us know that because it was the defense was basically put under gag order and they weren't allowed to say anything about it. So that's an example of like the way that a government or the authorities might not provide all of the evidence relevant to this case. And I think that was a fair pushback with regard to what Andrew was requiring of me. And then what it all comes down to is like I just don't think it's prudent to just accept at this point what the government is telling us with regard to this Charlie Kirk investigation. And I cited examples to Andrew with regard to code, Butler, Pennsylvania. I mean, now we have the pipe bomber issue. We have all of those things that came out. We have the lab leak theory where they told us we were crazy for ever believing that might have come from a lab. And now that's truth. So ultimately is this, and I saw Baron Coleman kind of comment on it. And I understand where Baron's coming from in that, like, it's not our responsibility on our side, which would be like the alternative side to what the FBI is telling us, to produce the evidence. The burden of proof to prove that Tyler Robinson is guilty is on the state. It's their requirement to do that.
Yes, that's exactly. He agrees with you very much. You guys align in what you're saying right now in terms of Andrew versus the Tyler Robinson thing. Why he didn't want to debate Andrew.
Yeah, and that's why he does. I mean, and what Barron was like is he was just like make them state the case of basically what the charging documents say and then poke holes in it. And I understand that, but I think my issue is, and this is ultimately where my issue is, and this is why I started bringing up some of the irregularities that have come out, is that like I think that they're legitimate. Like I think that the irregularities that the alternative side has found, like Candace Owens and Baron Coleman have found, definitely, I think they're legit, and I think we can stand on them, and we can be concerned about a lot of these things. And this is the word that I was introduced to after the Andrew Wilson debate was the circumstantial evidence web that has been built. And what Andrew tried to do is he tried to isolate every single one of those teeny tiny, not just teeny tiny, but he tried to isolate every irregularity that has been found. And then he tried to go after each one at a time. And our conversation, it didn't get very far because like we couldn't even get past the word decoy. Like we were debating over whether or not George Zinn was a decoy or not. And that was one example of just like, well, when you take,
of course, he was
irregularity one little thing at a time, and you look at it as like, okay, well, this could happen, but that doesn't connect it to Charlie Kirk. It's like, I get that. But when you look at all of these different irregularities together, this circumstantial evidence web, it does justify or validate a lot of the concerns that we have about this case. And look, when it all comes down to it, like he can call me a conspiracy theorist. He can think I'm stupid. He can think I'm an idiot for believing, some of these alternative theories, and that's fine. He has the right to do so. But I guess what it all comes down to is I also have the right to think that he is an idiot or naive for just believing what as Baron Coleman would call the Fed slop that we're being fed. And I think that I am certainly justified in that position. And, and he can do that all he wants. Like another one of the clips that went viral, not viral. I mean, that he's got a swarm of fans that obviously follow him, but like they put out, he brought up the example of like the Predator, like a fantasy example, ultimately, with regard to, well, if a spaceship came down, if somebody had an invisibility cloak and they put a dart in Charlie Kirk's neck, and I believe that, like, based on evidence, because this stuff really exists. Like he used that as kind of just like a facetious example.
He said that to you?
Yeah.
Wow.
And my response to him was just like, I struggle with reading fiction or like paying attention to fiction in general. Like I don't like reading fiction books. It's hard to keep my attention. So I was in that part of the conversation. Like I I was admittedly like kind of tuning him out a little bit because I knew what he was doing, and I was just like, all right, like whatever, like I don't care. Like if he's gonna use like a Harry Potter example with regard to all of this, like that's fine. But then I just said to him, I was like, after the fact, I was like, look, man, like if you want to believe that, like you have the right to do so, and I'm not gonna diagnose you for believing that. Like if that's what you believe. I don't agree with you, but I don't think that you are an idiot or stupid or diagnosed with some mental condition or evil for thinking so. And that's ultimately where I stand on this. Again, like my mind after talking to Andrew Wilson and Gary Melton about some of these different arguments and theories, especially with what the ATF just came out with and what got put out when that Daily Mail article was released. Like, and I said this, like, I'm actually even more open-minded to some of these theories. Like I admittedly kind of might have closed myself off to the Mike theory earlier on. But now I'm like, I actually am more open-minded. But ultimately what it comes down to is this, man. Like, and I kind of hinted at this like very early on in this conversation is like, I understand it was a tough conversation and I get that, but like, I think we approached it kind of from two different ways. I think he approached it as like a debate. I need to be right. Like I need to pin down on these certain circumstances. I approached it more of just like a conversation, like, a good faith conversation. I mean, that's kind of who I am. Like I'm not necessarily a debater. Like I enjoy having conversations with different people, whether I agree with them or not, like to try to, just kind of see what's going on ultimately. And that's kind of how I approached it. So I'm in a position where it's like, how do you win or lose a conversation? Ultimately, though, what it comes down to is this: like, I've had a lot of people, probably thousands of people, say like, "Hey, I saw you in the Andrew debate, and I understand that was a tough conversation." Like a lot of like his fans have come out and said this, but like, yeah. I really believe that you are after the truth, and we think you have high character, and I've actually gained a lot of followers and respect from those types of people. So I consider that like a pretty solid victory in my regard. If that's some of the fallout from it.
Yeah, I don't think well, I know I was saying it in regards to Barron because they're trying to push Barron into that whole thing as well. I don't think it's good faith, and I don't think it comes from a place of him just being a debater. I am a conspiracy theorist, and I think he's a part of the whole coordinated effort. I think he has aligned himself with that. That's why you've heard him say certain things about Candace Owens. He is not just a person who is just idly by and just thought, I'll debate that point. I think now again, no financial incentive. I don't know about anything like that, but I do know that when he goes to you and does that, knowing that it was supposed to be a conversation, and then is trying to do the same thing to Barron for no reason, just other than it's Barron. You could just do that to Candace. You could just say, I'll debate you to Candace 100 times into the abyss, or contact her people. There's many ways to try and make that type of thing happen and state the terms and everything. But, and then the next thing you know, you see him being mentioned by Gary Melton, Gary Paramount Tactical.
Yeah. And
Gary saying to Barron, you should debate Andrew. I think there's more coordinated stuff than people realize. And I think you fell victim to that. You fell into the crossfire of that. They're trying to shoot down anybody who is on this side of things. This part of the investigation, whatever you want to say. They're trying to make sure to shoot down anybody like that, like you, like Barron, well-spoken, going after the truth, kind of being like a straight shooter, pretty much. They're trying to shoot those people down. They're trying to discredit them. So that's what was happening there. And that's what I think they're trying to do to Barron. I think that's what they'll try to do to many people. I hope I don't end up there. I will just relentlessly make fun of people and just turn to just absurd comedy, just absurd hilarity. I'm not getting into any debates whatsoever.
I think what it did is it just opened my eyes, I think, to the game that's being played. And there is
an intense game.
I was maybe a little naive to it going into the Andrew Wilson conversation. Gary reached out to me afterwards, and I guess I was, as a part of like just kind of who I am and self-evaluating, like I was a little pissed off about the Andrew Wilson conversation. So I kind of handled, I handled the conversation with Gary with a little bit more fire, I guess you can say. And I thought that conversation went a lot better. But that comment that you have up there, I think, is a good analysis. The Wilton and Melton are both stuck in the loop that unless you can provide a plausible alternative, then you must accept the official narrative. And ultimately, I agree with that assessment. And I agree with that assessment that post says right there. But ultimately, I disagree with their perspective on that.
Yeah, I saw the Gary thing. And again, to my point, you see Andrew pushing that towards Barron. You see all these little I just call them like Candace haters. They're like the ones that always like pile on Candace. They're trying to push Barron into that debate. And then Gary tries to push him into that debate. And then you get into that debate with Andrew. And then the next person that reaches out to you is Gary. There's very much something going on there. So that's just my take on it. That's what I see. I'm looking at it. I'm actually a very paranoid person. Been looking into weird theories and tinfoil land stuff for a long time. So I watch out for the coordinated stuff. I used to do it with the left. Now I do it with the right quite a bit. I can see where they coordinate and come together on a lot of things. So
and but the thing is, like, I enjoy having the conversations, but ultimately it's hard to have. You can't have a conversation with someone that's truly meaningful unless it's in good faith. What I will say about Andrew approached it as a debate, like I get it. And I understand, kind of how he's approaching this, and that's fine. I did think that I don't know. I guess I thought that Gary did kind of approach it in good faith. I think that we have fundamental disagreements on this. But ultimately, I don't know. Like, I guess I kind of got that feeling, but I've been wrong before, so it is what it is.
It's all right. It's all right. I would just stay away from debates altogether. I have to say, I just think,
and that's probably where I'm at. Like, I think Barron said, like, just Zach, stick to your show. Let these other guys stick to their show.
Head down and work. Head down and work. You have a family. You have a business that you're trying to create out of this whole thing. You're going after the truth. Head down and just work. That's the only advice I had for Barron. That's the only advice I have for anybody. Getting caught up in the drama of things, because that's all it is. They just want you to roll around in this slop so they can constantly point at you and say you're wrong, until you're at a point of looking discredited by their audience, which is the conservative base, which is what they're trying to manipulate right now. So that's just where I'm at with it. And I think debating is extremely gay. It just is. And
I heard you say that, and I tend to agree with that. Like, I don't want to be in a conversation with people who are just trying to get caught up on semantics and words, and like you mentioned it. Like, there's a whole world of debating, and I don't want to be a part of that. Like, I don't. I just want to have good conversations with people when I do have them, and I'm not interested in kind of the whole debate world and how to trap people and the logical fallacies and all this, kind of like, I think maybe you described it as like, it's not like mathematics, and maybe I saw somebody in the chat describe it as that, but it's like a technical field, and that's just not who I am. Like, ultimately it's not. So it's sad. Let's try and run through these a little bit. Got some high hilarity outfit. Oh, thank you. Not high IQ, high hilarity. No problem with that. Jadeberg, Coach, like, since we are live and this isn't members only, like, I've got time. So I'm just going to direct my audience over to you guys today. And I just won't do my own live show since this is out and it's here. So
cool.
If we go a little bit longer, I'm cool with that. If you are, I mean, you can kick me off whenever you want me to.
I love to have long conversations when I do interviews. I mean, there's a reason why I have this Joe Rogan picture here. It's partially so the wall doesn't shine, but also because I love Joe Rogan. So I love to do a nice Joe Rogan style interview, nice and long there. Jayberg Jay Berg, he's giving me a simplification because I can't pronounce anybody's name. With Candace off next week, yes, have Lionel on the show. I think you guys would be great. P.S. Call Tatum's voicemail. I will do that. I'm not going to put Zach through me calling Tatum's voicemail, but I am going to call Tatum's voicemail. That is going to be a regular segment of the show until Tatum notices us.
Lionel would be a good one. I've really enjoyed some of his takes throughout all of this.
I love the stuff that he writes. When he's writing stuff, like I watch his videos, but I got pulled in at first from the writing, and I was like, wow, I'm like, is this guy an author or something? Now I realize he's like Barron, he also practices law, but yeah, I get really pulled into the writing. So that'll be really cool. He reached out to me, and I'm not going to reveal our conversation, but he ended it with saying onward. And I was like, wow, that is so Lionel. Like, there was no question in my mind. I'm like, this is really him. He said, I'm like, this is actually
that's awesome. One of the funniest things that I've heard a line of that just like killed me was, I think he was talking about like Turning Point USA, and he's like, they don't know what they got themselves into. Don't you realize there are people looking at plane flights? Like, there are people that study and just look at the direction that planes fly all day long. It's just like, you don't know what you got yourself into. And I was just dying listening to him say that. That was so funny.
That is really funny. Yeah, it's true. You have people who have paid for memberships that cost hundreds of dollars so they can look at the flight. That's so true.
They just
I saw those
flight paths all day long.
I saw those memberships. I'm like, I'm not paying $500 for this. I'm like, I barely even understand these flight paths and everything.
There are people, Colin and Ian Carroll, like, just talk about how all the flights going on throughout the country all day long.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? There's people watching. There's people who aren't Barron and Ian who have paid for those memberships, and they're like, I want to see what's going on here.
I know.
I have people email me all sorts of stuff. They're like, I found this person and an address and this and this. I'm like, I don't need addresses and stuff. I'm like, please don't give me that information. I'm like, I don't need that. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. My favorites together need PO boxes for both of you. Oh man, people want to send me stuff. My PO box is small. I don't know how that works. I don't think you can just send me like a whole painting or something like that.
I have an office that people will send stuff to, but I'd ask, just go and look it up, and you can find it.
Yeah, you don't want to put it out there too much. Yeah. Next thing you know, you have Andrew Wilson inside of your office, and he's like, come on, let's go. Let's debate again, Zach. You never know. You never know. Curious Joel, I want to ask Zach how he felt after the debate with Schnizlick, Andrew Wilson. I'll explain that in a second.
I was going to say, is that one of your code words? Is that the code word for Andrew Wilson here?
That's Andrew's code word. Andrew has that code word.
Oh, really?
Andrew clearly looks at debates mathematically. This is what you're talking about.
There you go.
Way too technically, but resorts to aggression. Often it can be frustrating just to listen to. This is when somebody was debating him. It was a lady. I don't know what her name is, but they were having a debate on the Whatever podcast. And she was talking about how he's Orthodox Christian. And she's like, yeah, I think I'm not 100% sure she's atheist or what, but she was just, they're on, opposite sides of things, of course. And she goes, well, you're Orthodox Christian and your wife has 3 different baby fathers. So that's not all that like super Christian. Like, you espouse all these values. And before she could even finish, he's like, you lick schniz, I guess because she's a lesbian. So he calls it schniz. He's like, you lick schniz. And he called her a ditch licker. Oh yeah. It got real. It was crazy. I was like, whoa. I'm like, geez, like, relax a little bit, buddy. But I mean, he went off on her, and yeah, I played it for everybody. He swore a lot, and then we all learned the term ditch licker, which is just gross. Worst way to describe it,
yeah, those shows and those debates can get pretty nasty.
Yeah, exactly. Especially the whatever podcast, it gets crazy.
As far as that comment goes, I think that you had asked me about that, and I feel like we covered that.
Yeah, exactly. Lisa, Boxer Dog Mom, she says, very generous. Thank you so much. So happy to be a part of the community that has formed here. The laughter every day has helped heal my heart while still grieving of the loss of my brother. Thank you, Coach, for showing up for us. We are all blessed to be here. Wow. Condolences. What do you know? You know about the Bible quite a bit. Is there anything for grieving people in there?
My favorite place to turn to is the Psalms.
Say it really quick. I have to go to the washroom. Say it. Go.
Yeah, so I feel like the Psalms, you guys, are probably the best place to go in times of suffering. What's so cool about the Psalms is that if you go through them, you actually find there's a lot for suffering, but there's a lot for really all times of life. But like prayer for divine help, for example, there's just a number of different ones. Like a lot of times, like what I'll do is like if I feel like I need answers from God, or if I'm suffering from one thing or another, or if I'm confused or just going through maybe like a tougher time, I'll just go to the Psalms, and normally I can find one that really provides help. Ultimately is what you're looking for. And it deals with loss and all sorts of suffering. So I would just say turn to the Psalms. I mean, they've been very helpful for me, and that's what I would recommend to anybody else.
Wow, that's crazy. As you say that, Psalm 34:18, the Lord is close to the brokenhearted. I like that. Then Matthew 5:4, blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. And then Revelation 21:4, he will wipe every tear, no more death. Let me just read Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Yeah. I like the Psalm 147 the most. He heals the brokenhearted and binds their wounds. I like anything that makes
one
me
of the
feel
cool
like
things. One of the cool things about the Psalms is like it's real people crying out to God like in times of need, and then it always starts out with the suffering, but then it always ends with God prevailing. So I feel like they're also very hopeful. They're real in that, like, yeah, human beings suffer, like we suffer and we need help, but then it ends with God prevailing, which is obviously very important and gives us hope in all circumstances.
Yeah. Very sorry about your brother. That is, I always, it's like a bad trait of mine, but I always think of like terrible things like that happening. Like it just pops into my head. I have no idea how I would deal with stuff like that because, I don't have the best relationships with my brothers. Like we have good relationships, but I wish we would see each other more. And, if something were to happen, you just feel like you have all the time in the world, you just feel like you have so much time to have those conversations and stuff. And, looking at Lisa here, it's like you get that reality check that you really don't have as much time as you think. You don't know how much time you really have. So yeah, very, very interesting. Makes me
a lot
think
of
my
a lot
brother.
of things that I worry about and my concerns have to do with, again, like you have kids, you have loved ones, and the thought of something happening to them is what kind of haunts me the most, especially when you have your nose in all of these different things that happen around the world and all of the evil around the world. And that it's real, like this stuff does happen, and just not knowing, how I would react or whether I would, have the strength to carry through. And what I would say to you, Lisa, is that it seems like you are showing that you have the strength to bear that type of suffering. And I would say that's very admirable. And I hope that I have that. I hope that I would have that type of strength if something like that were to happen to me. So,
yeah.
But this is a great example of like the incredible community that you can build, doing something like this.
Well, like I said, it's like it builds around you. Like I didn't make her say that, and I'm sure people have been amazing to her in the chat as she reveals that. And it's like I couldn't think of that to be happening. You know what I mean? It's like you can't think of God's plan for things. I couldn't foster that myself and say this is how it's going to work. It's like it just happens around you. The good people come and they're just doing things. Like in terms of like the community, everybody always talks about the community. It's like it's just you guys. You guys show up and you're good, and you're building it. I'm like making jokes and pulling up tabs and things like that and trying to have conversations, but it's you guys who really like make it all happen. So
yep.
Condolences, Lisa. Condolences. Because she's messaged quite a bit. She's put out a few super chats, and you just have no idea what people are going through. So thank you for sharing that, Lisa. Miss Chris Viz, God bless you both and your families. Christ is King. He is risen. Happy Easter to all watching. Hit the like button. Amazing. He is risen. Yes. Thank you very much for that. My coach, I have a coach that I talk about with like business and just life stuff, personal development, and he's a firm Catholic now. He's come back to his faith, and he's deep in it now. And we didn't even have a conversation. We usually have our conversations today. We had it yesterday because it's like Good Friday and everything. We were just having a deep conversation about what all that means. I didn't know, because I'm what's called a cradle Catholic. So I'm Christian. Like, I guess, my dad wasn't around, so I don't know. I guess he baptized me because, baptized and the whole footprint, handprint, all this stuff. I guess he did that because he wanted me to be Catholic, perhaps. But I mean, yeah, I never touched on it. My whole life, we always had a picture of Mother Mary and then the Last Supper, but I've never known anything about it. So it was just interesting to hear him talk about it a little bit. I'm being reintroduced to it slowly.
So you said that he had you baptized?
Yeah, when I was a baby.
Yeah. So what's interesting about that, and my brother and I talk about this a lot, and it just goes to how when we talk about like the sacraments or like something like baptism, for example, one of the interesting and cool things is like a lot of us we just don't understand the power that these things truly do have with regard to what they can do to our souls and what they can do to protect us throughout our lives. So one of the things that I think is interesting, like especially with regard to you saying that, you were baptized as a baby and your dad just did it. I mean, that to me, I think plays a role in you eventually finding your faith later in life, because I think that the power of that sacrament, like in the power of what happens in that moment, is like God is at work in you, and you might go about the rest of your life and you might stray away and you might end up in a place, and I think it plays a role in you kind of following along the route of what you would call the prodigal son and coming back to the faith eventually. And my brother talks about this with regard to his wife. Like, she was baptized, but then her family didn't practice the faith at all. But he has been a practicing Catholic for his entire life. He's been a devout Christian for his entire life. I don't want to isolate this to just being Catholic. I mean, he's been a devout Christian his entire life. And now they found each other. They got married, and now she's a practicing Christian and a practicing Catholic. But again, like, she's firmer in her faith now. And he attributes that to her being baptized and the power of that sacrament at the time, even though we don't understand fully as human beings what's happening when we do have those things done to us. And I would say, like, that's your dad may not have been there, but in that moment, like, that was a courageous act on his part, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And the funny thing is, my whole life, like growing up as a kid, I would be around, I would always see this church and not really realize that was the place I was baptized. I didn't even realize until my mom gave me, there's like a little, it's like a little folder, and like it just has all the things in it when it happened, the church and everything. And I'm like, I know where this place is. I'm like, I know exactly where this place is. So it's like I've been around, like, my whole life, my whole like kid life, I was around this church, and I had no idea that I was baptized in this church. It's been around since like 1803. I really want to go back there and check it out.
Yeah, and that's just it's God's grace working in your life, and ultimately what grace is God's call back to relationship with him. So like, God's grace in your life is just him calling you back to him. And I feel like the graces that you receive at baptism do that. Now, you can choose to ignore those graces or not, but you can choose to ignore that call of God in your life. But again, like, I think that when we talk about this stuff, like, I think it has real life and real and actual implications, and these things actually do work in our lives to protect us. And I think it's just important to talk about it that way.
Yeah. I never thought of it that way, man. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it wasn't there, but he definitely felt like that needed to happen, because then he was gone like soon after. Like they kind of split up like soon after that point.
Yeah.
So it was very interesting. So he felt like he had to get that done, and then that was it. And
Right.
and then
And like, why is that? It's like, yeah, it's kind of unexplainable, right?
yeah, yeah. I guess he just I would love to know what his thought process was. He's passed away since, but that's yeah, interesting. Very interesting. I like that we could talk about that stuff. Yeah. Yesterday was a beautiful day in Alaska. No, it wasn't. There's no way it was. I opened my car window and started my first member podcast and rolled out of Toyota's service warehouse to the loud echo of doodle. That's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, no, it wasn't a beautiful day. Yeah.
What's hilarious about that is like he said it was a beautiful day in Alaska. It's like the only time ever he was able to open his car window.
I opened my car window and it didn't break. It was completely fused with ice. It was a wonderful day.
I was finally able to feel like what outside feels like.
I soon after got frostbite, but it was a nice time.
But it was worth it.
My car is completely destroyed. The ice is completely taken over the inside of the car. It's broken. The stick shift is just demolished. But yeah,
in the 1 hour of daylight we get in Alaska, I found the courage to open my car window.
Oh man, but that's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you for watching. We do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's keep going here. Allegedly, maybe possibly, we love you and thanks you for being brave. Thanks for being brave. I never think of making videos as being brave. I never like to, first off, I don't like to credit myself. I like to credit God. And then I never think of myself as like anything like too big. Like I followed somebody back the other day and they're all excited about it. And I just really try to never think of myself too big. I feel like as soon as I do that, God's going to smack me down. I've watched him do it to people many times.
Yeah.
Many times,
Yeah.
I've had a friend that was like a multi-millionaire and he just started being like bad to everybody, like just like shitty to everybody. And then he lost it all.
Yeah.
And then he kind of like said, okay, I see what happens here. And then he cleaned up his act. He wanted to be a better person because, like when you have nothing all of a sudden from being on the top of things. And then all of a sudden he got it back like twofold. And I was like, wow, like, look at that. Like the way God works on people, it's just very interesting. But
yeah.
But thank you for being brave. We appreciate it. Yeah. Regular people don't realize how brave they are fighting through this type of life that we have to live, Yeah, they never realize it. Who dat? Here's a couple of bucks for Zach. Gets this when Zach gets this Teach him, coach.
Thank you.
Seems like a really good.
I need to learn the language, or else I'm screwed. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll take it.
That's so funny. That is so funny. I think we'll be okay. Don't worry. He said Philadelphia. What more do they want? He said it like 4 times.
I've learned.
Jeez, BB. Just take it easy on us here, BB.
I made a mistake. I didn't mean the foreign nation. I meant Philadelphia. That's my bad. That's I made a mistake there.
I've always said Philadelphia is a terrible place. Terrible place. Yeah, it's a very we've talked about it. It's interesting the way it works because it does work like that. I've had a few things. I'll tell you about it off camera where I've had to like claw my way back, where it's like you're, because this is a business, you're making something, and then all of a sudden the next month you're like making like 1/8 of that, and it's like, oh, I said the thing, and then that's how it is. It's like,
I know,
it's wild. It's wild what they will do.
I know, it's crazy. It is crazy.
But I also love them, and I just want to say they're absolutely incredible. I mean, those 2 men who created Google, they're the best people in the world, and I'm happy that they're on the council that now runs the world.
Love you guys. We love you. We love you. Yeah.
You guys are the best, I have to say. I like being kept in line. It feels good.
We just don't like the Eagles, and we don't like the Phillies. Just love you.
Exactly. Tila, what is this? Tila Tequila? Is that what that says? Or Tila Quill? I'm so bad with the names. Help me out.
I embarrass myself every day trying to read the names of these people.
T Late Quill. That's what it is. T Late Quill. Listen, I'm going to call you T. Thank you, T. Great interview, coach. I look forward to your shows and Candace and Co. Now, Zach and Daily Fredo. Yeah, she doesn't get enough of a shout out. She does great work. Does great research. Also, Charlie deserves it. Much love from Australia. Yeah, Daily Fredo. Thank you so much for that, Daily Fredo. I don't shout her out enough. I don't usually cover her stuff, but I do see her. We communicate on X, and she is she's doing great work. Great
I haven't
work.
seen her. I'll have to check that out.
Oh yeah, she does like a lot of recaps. I think she's daily at it. I think she's going daily. She does like a lot of really solid work. She catches things, you know.
Cool.
Kind of like in our realm type of thing. I believe she's in Europe, I think.
Okay.
Pretty solid though. Let's keep going here. And then ACSW. I'm a bit behind, but did you see Rogan call Theo crazy and tell him to get off the air for speaking the truth? What the F is up with Joe? It's unnerving. Joe wants to be a billionaire, okay? Leave him alone. He's like one Spotify renewal away from being a billionaire. Okay?
Didn't you guys just see Coach Colin tell Zach to shut the F up and learn the language?
He wants to be a billionaire. Can a guy just make $1 billion in peace without having his friend go crazy on his show? You know, like, he just wants to be a billionaire. That's all. That's what's wrong with Joe. But I mean, you know, if you watch the whole conversation, you know, he's always saying stuff like that to Theo as Theo goes on these like little rants. It started like, I think the last maybe 3 episodes like that Theo's been on, he started saying stuff like that to Theo. But I mean, you know, Joe has his own thing where he goes off on things. So it's interesting that he says that to Theo. I honestly think that he says that for Theo's good, not his own. I think Joe knows that he has FU money. I think when Theo got a couple of episodes taken down with RFK Jr. and he was under threat of losing his channel, and he was freaking out. He was really freaking out. And Joe's kind of just like, well, you know, I have $500 million, so I can kind of afford to lose my thing. I can make a website and probably make $1 billion in a year if he wanted to, but Theo doesn't. So I feel like sometimes he's doing that for Theo's own good. But I think also Theo's like, I don't care. I think he's past that. But I can't tell because Theo seems like he's just raging. Sometimes he seems like, I don't know. It's hard to tell. He's very hard to read. I can't tell if he's going back to it.
I think it was also, I think maybe like a comedy moment. Like those two, I feel like they do that kind of stuff a lot where like Theo kind of says something crazy and Joe just like, you know, reacts to him and it creates a moment. You know, the topic was a little bit different yesterday or whenever the podcast came out. But I mean, Joe has probed a little bit in some of these controversial issues. Like he's said some things where he's kind of been questionable or criticized Erica Kirk or some of her behavior, and he's come out and said some things as far as doubting the official narrative and stuff like that. So I think he sees some of that as well.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have to think of it like I'm looking at my phone right now. He's having Bob Lazar back on the podcast, and Bob Lazar like talks about aliens in Area 51 and stuff. So it's like, you know, he's actually talking to somebody who could be crazy. But I think Bob Lazar is legit. If you know about the whole UFO sphere of the world, he seems he's an interesting character. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's comedy. But I'm going to do an episode actually on as soon as we get off here. I'm going to do an episode about Joe talking about the whole the ATF finding that they can't match it up. You know, we didn't actually talk about that. What do you think about that? The fact that they're not matching it up there and they're mad about it.
This has caused me to, I don't know, like for the longest time, I was just leaning gunshot. I really was. What I can't wrap my head around is if this this round did come from a 30-06, and whether it be a frangible round or whether it be a Varmin round that I think a lot of people are talking about, the amount of damage that occurred to this round, to where they could only find one unidentifiable piece in Charlie, doesn't add up to me. It doesn't make sense to me. If, first of all, if the round shattered or if it fragmented severely, like, how many pieces were found? Like, was there more than one piece? Like, we don't know any of that. We're talking about one piece of unidentifiable, I'm calling it metal or a projectile at this point. I'm wondering why the defense is even acknowledging that it's a bullet. This is coming from the autopsy, which I don't trust. Barron covered a little bit of this last night with regard to the autopsy and the dates of when it came out and when they received these things. I'm not fully bought in on the autopsy, but I also would like to know, because they have these other rounds with the etchings on them. Like, are we not able to determine what type of round it was, or at least give us a clue as to maybe what they were based on the other rounds that they have there? Would it follow that they would have been the same ones? I don't know. But it would give us another clue. And then ultimately, like, again, this has caused me to doubt. Okay, well, then the last one that I have would be the shot angle, which is where now I'm starting to question this, because again, where that shot came in from that angle, and then where they're saying that bullet was identified, or I think it shattered his C2 vertebrae, which is up high. So I just don't see, I guess, given the ATF and given that it doesn't align, given they can't identify it, has just caused me to be like, okay, well, second shooter or another form of attack or event on Charlie. And I'm kind of understanding the language that maybe the Baron Coleman crew uses as far as like the Big Bang or like the event. And if you've noticed too, I think Candace in one of her last episodes, like, even said alleged shot. Like, I felt like there was a time where she was maybe leaning gunshot, and it seems like that's maybe not the case anymore. And that's kind of where I'm at as well.
Yeah, she mentioned John Bray in an episode a little while back, maybe 3 weeks ago. So I imagine
I've been turned more onto his stuff, and I'm definitely interested in what he has to say, for sure.
She probably took a look into his stuff. She did say that she was going to, so maybe she took a look into that, and then this happens, and then all of a sudden it's like, it just pushes people over the edge. I never closed off the whole microphone potential thing. It's so hard to say. I mean, it's becoming easier. But
and I did, and admittedly, I did. I was just like, nah, seems too crazy, and I'm dumb for doing that in my own opinion.
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, you hear a shot, and they say there's a guy, and the guy's running, he's jumping off a roof. I mean, I can understand why people would say that, but right away, I looked into John Bray's stuff, and I mean, he has not stopped trucking. He's just been going pretty much the entire time. So the amount of stuff that he has, I mean, even Joe in the clip that I'm going to cover over the weekend, he's talking about, he's like, I didn't see anything. I didn't see any bang. I didn't see anything. And John has that all explained. I saw him with Trigger Smart. He was explaining that there's certain batteries, or maybe it was Trigger Smart actually explaining it, but they were saying like there's certain batteries that don't do that. You can have a certain battery that doesn't go bang, doesn't have a good big light up fiery like spark like that, and it doesn't do anything like that. So yeah, it's very odd that it doesn't match up. And also, I always look at behavior, right? Because I'm always looking at these little coordinated things as they're going on, and the behavior of people as that came out was really telling to me. The Graham Allens, the Garys, the people just flipping out. I'm sure Andrew's screaming, debate me on a rooftop right now, because people are starting to believe that possibly, Tyler wasn't the one that took the shot, or, it doesn't match up. And also, I just want to say, aside from that, you brought up the casings with the etchings on them. I wanted to see those a while, because I remember Gary bringing up it was frangible. I think Valhalla VFT brought up the possibility of it. He was just talking about frangible. And I was like, well, I'm like, if there's differences in rounds, because they look different, I'm like, I want to see these ones that have the etchings on them and compare them to a frangible. If they don't look the same, then like, we're on to something. There's no images of these bullets with etchings on them. There's none. There's none. Like I think we all had something wedged into our mind, but I think it was another event where it was this one kid who was like writing all sorts of stuff on his magazines and stuff. There was another kid. He was a school kid at a school event. And I think we all have those rounds confused. And a lot of people think that that is the same thing, but it's not. So there's no images of those bullets with those etchings on them. There's none.
Yeah, I mean,
I've looked
all of this overwhelming evidence that we actually don't have. That they say that we're going to see. I'll tell you this, and this is something that I was thinking about last night with regard to Charlie's cross necklace and the St. Michael pendant that he was wearing. Barron was covering the necklace last night, and I was very interested in that. But as it relates to John Bray, or as it relates to the necklace, just at large, I think that what's very interesting about this, and because here's the thing, like I wear a cross necklace as well, but like if there's a lapel mic that explodes and the momentum of everything is going up, like not in like a bullet would, because one of the main things is like, not only are they unable to replicate the shot not going through with a 30-06, but they're also not able to replicate the motion. And there's what they have not been able to do is put a necklace on any of these where they're able to replicate the behavior of the necklace, of the chain going up. And what's very interesting is that like all of the momentum, and you see this with John Bray, sends the necklace up here to where it almost like turns by his ear after it snaps. And there's a part of me that spiritually believes that the cross necklace of Jesus and St. Michael will tell us the truth. Like there's an aspect of that I just truly believe, just spiritually speaking.
That if we get a hold of it.
Well, that's the thing. And that's where I think that I think Barron is so smart for obviously identifying and for going after the necklace, because yes, we're not able to get it. And the thing is like they were so concerned about where the necklace was after the fact that, of course, the question is like, are we ever going to be able to get it? But I think what we can see on camera and that the way that necklace behaves is it's telling us something.
Yeah, I think so. I've seen a lot of people analyze. There's a guy, I'm sorry, I can't remember his last name. There's a guy, Jordan, that I've seen on X, and he's been trying to replicate that with himself. Same shirt, same everything, same type of necklace. He's been trying to recreate it. He's been trying to recreate the going up, and he's very much in the microphone theory realm of things, but he's been doing some pretty good work on it. Yeah, it all seems very weird to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, my mind has really been open to that, and again, like I would say, like that's kind of a fruit that's been bore in my own thinking and opinions, especially after these longer conversations and tougher conversations with these guys that disagree with me. I've had a lot of people that have reached out and have been like, "Hey, like take a look at this, check out this," and I feel like I maybe unfairly dismissed certain arguments that I should have taken more seriously early on.
Yeah, well, that's good. Good, you're open-minded. Maybe in a week you'll be like, Charlie's alive still. There's that theory. You got Jesse's theory there. Jesse did a 5-part series on that. He's still alive.
Yeah, see, like that to me, like that's where it gets into. I believe Charlie was who he said he was, and I don't think his life was a lie. I think that he truly believed in the things that he talked about. I think he is a true Christian. I believe that about Charlie, and I don't think that he would do that. I mean, that's my opinion on that. So I don't think he would fake his death. I don't think that he would do that. And if I'm wrong there, then fine, I'm wrong, but I'm not gonna. That's just I don't know. Like that's just my opinion.
No, that's a good perspective that he was who he says, because that is the true, like a lot of people throw around the term grifter, but that would be a true grift. That is what a true grifter does. They would like do something like that to get away with all this money and, no responsibility. And you're right. He does not seem like the type to do that. That's actually a good perspective. I never considered that the whole time. That is actually a very good perspective to have on that.
His entire life was about his Christian values and faith. I just don't see him lying about his death and abandoning his children and his wife. Like you know, for all this talk about Erica, like I think that Charlie really did love Erica. I think he really did love his kids. I think he really did believe that he was doing good work. Like I think he was an authentic guy. That's what I feel like. I think that, you know, obviously he made mistakes and he had his tongue muzzled, and that obviously led to frustration for him. And, you know, he was a 31-year-old guy and he made mistakes in business. We all did and we all do, right? Like, you know, he wasn't God, he was a human being, but ultimately I feel like he was authentic, at least, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
If I'm wrong there, fine, but I don't want to live in a world where Charlie faked his death. Like I just don't.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's what happened. I the only reason I always say I don't like that theory because it lets so many of these entities that we're all examining off the hook, and that's too convenient for me.
Yeah, because I think they're actually really the problem. 100%.
Yeah. Phoebus TV? Phoebus? Okay. EK as Prez and the humanoid becomes the enforcer. Which humanoid? Are you talking about JD? Who's the humanoid? Who's the humanoid?
EK for Prez.
Yeah, right. Can you imagine? Jeez. Zach Costello. Christ is in our midst. Wow. Geez, that is a compliment there.
Okay. Zach Costello, YouTuber, and then where two or one are gathered in my name, then there I am. So yes. But
oh, very nice. Yeah, I do like that. What do you know what passage that is? What verse that is?
Not off the top of my head.
Not
off the top of my head, but I love that verse.
Yeah, that's the reason I do it with my wife and my kids. Like, that's the reason. I really, really like that. Sorry, what's this name here? LTZO. Bro, I'm not pronouncing that. I'm going to call you Cliff. Okay, until you get a better name here, I'm going to call you Cliff, but do appreciate you. Zach does appreciate the compliment there.
Well, I think just a very quick reflection on that is like where two or three are gathered, he says in my name, but we're talking about in the name of Christ, in the name of Jesus, in the name of truth, in the name of goodness, where two or three are gathered in good faith, you would say, there I am. So the truth emerges. And this is kind of goes back to our conversation about like having good conversations in good faith to find the truth. And I think that that's a very important aspect of all of this. But again, it all just goes back to Christ when it all comes down to it.
Yeah. Reese Burns, is that what that says? Reese Burns, I know Black Poppy, Mickey voice. We need this. Okay, well, sorry, Zach. I gotta do a little thing here for everybody here. I didn't realize until I did it with my wife.
Okay,
I do this with my wife, so she can hear.
This is kind of stuff we get into.
I tackle the important stuff here. I did this for my wife so she could hear when she's sitting on the couch one time, and then I looked at the camera, and then somebody said Mickey Mouse, and I was like, "Wow, I can't unsee it." Anyway, I know Black Poppy. I know Black Poppy. Nunca, nunca, negro, nunca negro. There you go. Embarrassing me in front of my guests here. Zuck. Okay, when I first saw that pop on the screen, I thought they said Zach, and I was like,
so did I.
And I'm like,
so did I. I was like, damn, all right, that's cool.
Yeah. Zuck is a douche, in my opinion. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That makes me feel better. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Thanks for sparing me that.
ACSW again. Love listening to you on my morning commute. Thank you for starting my day with truth and a laugh. Headed to class now. I'll catch the rest on replay. Have a great day, y'all. Christ is King. Go Max. Thank you so much. Appreciate you very, very much. Always love to hear people are on the commutes listening to this. It is it's amazing because that's exactly what I used to do with podcasts. So love to repay that favor. Pay it forward. That is less ego, more soul. Z, remember that to be heard by the masses, you have to play the game without changing the message. Code words help us see and hear you. Code words themselves are a direct battle against censorship. That's an interesting view on it. I guess it is a bit of a battle there. You know, you're trying to like squeeze it through. it gets really weird, you know. Sometimes people report seeing like Philadelphia cream cheese commercials like in my ads, like when my ads pop up. So you know, you never know what pops up, but yeah, I guess there's a little bit of a battle there. I think it's like a survival thing. It's a very weird thing, you know, very, very weird thing. But it's a new thing too. It's very new because the mainstream doesn't have to do anything like this. They get to just say whatever it is that they want, and it doesn't even have to be true, and they never have to retract anything. Whereas if Zach says something wrong, right away, people are like, how dare he not issue a retraction and make it a whole episode about how wrong he was? But we never do that with Anderson Cooper. We never do that with Don Lemon back when he was relevant. You know, it's an interesting thing that's popped up over time, you know, dodging these minefields. Dodging
really annoying that we have to be that way.
Yeah, dodging that, and then also as this thing goes on, dodging cease and desist letters, like just to add another thing to it, you know,
from people that don't care. Yeah, from people that don't care.
Yeah, from people who aren't even watching, you know?
Don't care, don't have time to pay attention to us. Yeah.
She's pretty on point with those no-look shots, you know, just not even looking, and she's just like cease and desist right over there. Gotcha. How does that work?
I don't even know who's talking.
Yeah. Little shot of Steph. Coach, 3 years, 4 months here. I think I'm around the same. In terms of sobriety. Praise our Lord and Savior. My sobriety date is 11/23/22. You said you have 3.5 years. What is yours? I got sober the day after I did a Spartan race. Spartan race is like this big obstacle course race, and it was October 23rd. I remember because I ran the race and I smoked some weed, and I remember being like, I don't have to do this anymore. I'm like, this is too much. Like, I was like an old person. I'm like, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. I'm like that. And you know what happened? I was on a walk. This is actually a story I never tell. I was on a walk, and I'm walking, and I see in the middle, like, this is a suburb, right? In the middle of this street in the suburb, there was, I think it was a vulture tearing apart a bunny, just eating it. And then I looked, I always like, anytime I see like an animal like that, oddly. And I remember the first thing that popped up is like, I was looking into the meaning of it, and it said, you're distancing yourself from Christ. And I was like, what? I'm like,
Dang.
no way. I was like, that quickly? I was like not even halfway through the thing. I was like, that quick. 3 puffs, I'm ready distance. I was like, man. But after that day, I was just like, yeah, you know, I think I'm good. I think I'm done. And that was it. That was the day I was sober for life, and I enjoy it quite a bit. Yeah, that was it for me. And then like the day that I started this podcast, got saved, and got sober all in the same month. Happened all in the same month. It was
Crazy
like
how those things happen. Yep, that's how it works, man.
Yep. It was wild. Started the podcast on the 10th of October, and then a week later got saved because I was going to church. I was still dabbling in like smoking and stuff, but I was going to church, and I was with my friend, and you know, I dedicated my life to Christ amongst these brothers. And then all of a sudden, like a week, maybe 8 days later, got sober, and like that's it. Never looked back. So shout out to you, Steph. Stay sober.
Yep. Amen.
Yeah, amen. One joyful ladybug, a Whitney Webb level Substack must read. Downwind of Truth with, I think that's Kate. Justice is the Barr family blocking JE investigation because it would expose what's been built right now. Blew my mind. That is the Downwind of Truth with Kate Justice. So check that out, guys, if you are into that kind of thing. She said it's Whitney Webb level. That's a compliment. Ash of the Dead. Welcome to the crew. Okay, Mint Daddy crew. That's what we call it around here. JJ Rasta. This guy, I think he's a Rasta. He says, man like coach. Bruh didn't have to do me like that. Pause. Just because of a kiss at the end of a message. Love my tummy. My tummy hurts. Yeah, he sent me another message yesterday. He put a little kiss at the end of it, and I was like, It's a little crazy, you know, a little wild there, buddy. You know, a little kiss at the end of the message there. All love though, all love though. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Pattern recog, great guest. Zach, you have my respect. That is good.
Thank you.
There you go. Let's keep going here. What else we got? Zach, another Zach one. Now following Zach C. Like, share, subscribe. That is true. That is usually something that I always do. I don't know how I forgot to do that today. Zach, let's pull that up for everybody. Make sure we get that there. There is Zach right there. Boom. I have this way zoomed in or zoomed out. There we go. Zoom it in on Zach there. Share that tab there. Got to remember to do that always. Zach Costello, ladies and gentlemen. That is who you like and subscribe. Live Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. EST, YouTube, Rumble, and what's that other icon there? It just says subscribe?
I think it just says subscribe. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Very, very nice layout you got there.
Thank you. Known to be fashionably late. I give myself the 2-2-3 to give myself a buffer on when I get in there. So just making that disclaimer up front.
That's a smart thing to do. I just, I'll just put 10 and then all of a sudden it'll just switch to like 10-15. But it's because I'm praying, guys. It's because of the prayer. The prayer usually runs us back because I got to do it. Plus, the wife's very pregnant. I find it so, like, I think there's something to that. You know, you're talking about like what my dad did for me. I feel like saying these prayers, because like what I do is I have her sit down. She's very pregnant. And I get on my knees because I always like to pray on my knees. And then I'm like right next to the womb, to the stomach, to the baby. So I'm saying these prayers so the baby can actually hear them. And I just, I think there's something deep to that, very deep to it. So I love doing that. We do that every day. And it's beautiful. When are you expecting, Zach? Is that in a few months?
September. Yeah, so September.
That's beautiful. That's great, man. That's great. We are expecting next week.
Wow. That's going to come up. Are you going to continue with the show? Are you taking any time off? What is your plan?
Well, I mean, my wife knows me. I mean, the first baby, I mean, I was making thumbnails in the delivery room. I don't stop.
Yeah.
I don't want to be poor again. I'll never be poor again. I'm not doing it. So I'm making thumbnails in the delivery room. But it was while she said she didn't want anybody to touch her. When they're having contractions, they're like, get away from me. So I was like, okay, I'll just do this.
Let me get this thumbnail done.
And then when she was like all good again, I'd come back. And so I don't think we're gonna stop the show. It's happening on a weekend. So we're not gonna stop. I'm just gonna put some live episodes out. I'm going to put some recorded episodes out over that weekend and probably into the Monday and Tuesday, just so I can be there. I like to be very present as a father. It's very, very, very important to me. So, we'll do it that way. And then I'll jump back in live because, I do it early in the morning. My goal is, wake up, put the newborn in the carrier. That way my wife can, just wake up, lay down for a little while. And then by the time I have to start, maybe it'll be like 7 a.m. By the time I have to start by 10, baby will be asleep. I'll be able to put the baby down with her. Maybe the baby needs to nurse at that point. And then from there, I do my live stream. And then it's just like right back to just like full time locking in with the family. So that's the goal. That's the goal we have. So just way she's not out there by herself,
Yep.
Stop noticing the complicit cancel culture vultures. The people on the right now, the complicit people. Yeah, it's very interesting what they're doing. Yeah, really trying to cancel people in a very different way. I mean, we saw that happen with the president now while he was running. Like there was this lawfare going on, but you didn't see it happening to conservative commentary. They weren't getting sued and cease and desist and things of that nature from Kamala or from otherwise AOC, whatever, whoever was the topic of criticism. This is the first time I've seen this going on where they're like sending out these letters and stuff like this so quickly.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's again, the censorship issue is a very important one to me. I mean, we talked about the importance of why and the importance of free speech, and it's yeah. I mean, it's an ideology that opposes ultimately what I consider Christ and Christianity. So it's something that we need to take very seriously.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks again, mods. Christy Hughes, thanks again, mods. I'm out. Peace. So there you go, mods. Mods getting a shout out, as they should. They do great work. Whitney.
I have no mods on my show, by the way. I don't even see, this is one of the things where I'm just like kind of YouTube illiterate. Like I just put the camera on and I just start talking. I don't have any mods or anything.
Well, I didn't. I mean, luckily Baron's mods came to me. Whitney, she came to me. She's like, hey, you know, we watch your show, we mod, we have a good ability to like foster good community and good vibes in your chats, and then I was like, okay, let's do it. Then I got with my buddy Lance, who works with me. He's like my Jamie, and then he was just like, yeah, he's like, I'll make sure to assign all these people. He's the head mod. He's given them all their mod them, you know, he's made them mods, and yeah, it's pretty worthwhile. You know, it's just one of those things where, you know, people can really screw up your reach, which is really unfair. They can screw up your reach with what they say in your chat. So it's not you saying it, and maybe it's them saying negative things about you, but it can actually like harm the channel a little bit. And that's what they try to do. That's what they'll try to do. It's weird.
So what, like the chat will suppress a video? Is that?
Yeah. Yeah. Chat can definitely suppress a video.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 100% with what they're saying. They could definitely do that.
Well, that's a good segue into this comment. My own words and then probably the trolls in my chat will be a reason that my channel's being suppressed.
It's possible. It's definitely possible, man. It's definitely possible. 3 Nudie. Is that what that says? 3 Nudie. Great job, Zach, on mastering the Philadelphia talkie pickup quick. Jesse on fire needs some feeds regards this matter. With some feeds regards this matter. Jesse does a pretty good job. I mean, you know, he did. I actually saw him bleeping out. He doesn't even have a code word. He's just bleeping it out. Yeah, he was just bleeping it out for a while. So it's like, you know, everybody has their thing that they do. Me and Jesse have talked about. I don't know if you ever talked to Jesse on Fire.
I haven't, no.
He's a great like he's really tuned into analytics, and like he watches everything really close. He could give you some really good insights. But that was one of them with me. It was like he just kind of broke some things down, and I was like, oh, that's what you do. And I had my own thing. And yeah, we have our experiences. I'll tell you off camera stuff that could happen to you just for like saying something. It's weird.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Moira, great show. Was late since I'm off today and slept in. Good for you. Sleep as much as you want on your day off. I'll catch up later. Thank you, Zach, for joining our coach. Appreciate all y'all are doing to speak the truth. Square. Yeah, thank you so much, Moira. Appreciate you. And yeah, catch up later. Sleep all you can. Sleep 10 hours a day if you can. Sleep is like the biggest thing to me. The biggest thing right now. I always make sure to get a lot of sleep. Well, actually, I don't, but I have to now that I'm getting older. It doesn't play around. You could like die when you get older. You just don't sleep, and they'll be like, okay, well, you're gonna have a heart attack 3 weeks. So that type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the a lot of the prep. Like when my show's really good, like I'm really locked in and tuned into things, and I feel like staying up late to like, I don't know. The more I've watched a Baron Coleman now, like that's staying up late for me. Like he goes to like, I don't know, past 9 o'clock, and you know my bedtime, you know, is 9 o'clock. So I feel like that keeps me up later. But I don't know. Like I agree though, it's so important.
Yeah, I'm only learning that now. I mean, for the longest time, I was just sleeping for 4 hours. I would just like, I was not sleeping. I was making 2 episodes a day, and I just wouldn't sleep. I would just keep going, because I'm trying to like build something, you know. Sometimes you got to push through things.
You got to go through those phases sometimes. Yeah, you do.
Exactly. Thanks for bringing Zach to our community. New show to add to the lineup. Coach Baron, Ian, and now Zach. You are killing me, Coach. My day is packed. High IQ outfit. Yeah, check it out. Why not? you know, another show to get some breakdowns, see what's going on in the world, another perspective, of course. Mike Sawtell, not paying vendors was a DT strategy as well. Yeah, I remember hearing that in New York. Leaving your investors holding the bag, also a strategy, not very Christian, including paying off P-Star and Playboy Bunny to hush affairs while Mel pregnant. Very disappointing. Sorry. Well, I already knew about the we all know about, what's her name? Stormy Daniels. Is that her name? Yeah. We all knew about that. But I knew about that from back in his New York days when he's first starting. Sometimes he wouldn't pay a vendor. He'd go through a lawsuit. He'd rather go through that, end up paying less or not paying at all. There's a whole thing to it. But I mean, it's New York, man. New York.
And we knew some of this stuff and kind of how he handled himself in business and kind of outside in the extracurricular activities before going into it. And like ultimately for me, it's like, look, I wasn't looking for a perfect man. I don't go to Donald Trump for, as the spiritual or religious model or whatever you want to call it. Like as a model to be a man, like, we're looking for a guy to do a particular job, and that was to get the American government working back on our behalf. And that's, ultimately why I was a believer in him. And, we know how that's gone since.
Yeah. It didn't happen, but but it was close. I still think it's better than Kamala. I still think it's better than Kamala.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Yeah. So sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, or sometimes you lose and then sometimes you lose again. That happens from time to time too. Jordan Peterson to Pierce Morgan. I can't say I believe in God. Oh, Jordan Peterson said that to Pierce Morgan. Well, I mean, again, I'm not Jordan Peterson has a lot of different views on God. I mean, you're going with one sentence on Pierce Morgan. It's like he has a whole series of things he discusses. It gets pretty wild. In depth, I should say, actually.
Yeah, he does. And I think one of Jordan Peterson's, like a lot of in those original kind of conversations and debates that he would have, like there were a lot of people that were trying to trap him into the box of what they believe God is. And I think that a lot of religious people can tend to do that. Like they're trying to get him to say, like, you're on our team, right? I think that's ultimately what people were trying to get him to say, and he was trying to avoid that trap. But I agree with you in the sense that you can't be a fence sitter for your whole life. Eventually, you gotta make the decision, and I don't know where Jordan Peterson is at this point with that decision.
Well, I've heard he's so sick that I hope that he recovers, and I hope he was confronted with God at this time, because it's apparently he's very, very sick, like deathbed sick. So hopefully it was revealed to him during that time. Truly, that'd be great to find out. Patrick Bet David, Adam ad hominem, and Turning Point seem delusional. Did you see that whole breakdown that Patrick Bet David gave Adam from Patrick Bet David podcast?
When I tuned into your show, I left you a super chat on this one. When Patrick Bet David told Adam that he needed to recreate himself. I died, dude. I was just dying.
He's like, you gotta recreate yourself, man. Like, yeah, that was a very serious conversation. That was very funny. Very funny.
That was hilarious. It was hilarious. Yeah. I mean, you could tell that PBD was just extremely unhappy with how he conducted himself in that interview.
Yeah. And how he's conducted himself, just like ongoing. Yeah. Patrick Bet David's like, I can get another handler. Okay. APAC will hand out a handler, no problem. I don't need this guy. He'll get a new one. No problem. Very easy.
PBD is one of those guys, and I'm sure you can relate to this, who I followed a lot for like his business takes and a lot of that stuff. Like a lot of his like interviews, like the Kobe Bryant interview, I absolutely love. That's kind of his original stuff. And I understand he's gotten more into politics, and he's kind of taken the support Trump route, but I still listen to some of the things that he has to say from time to time.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, like, I haven't completely, like, I just, I don't think Adam adds any value, but
no,
I definitely, I definitely like him. I like where Vinny takes things. Tom seems like just like a straight shooter. They are trying to like kind of be company men at times. That's what I call
see
people
that
like
too.
that,
Yeah.
where they're trying to just like go with the conservative base. They're not trying to upset it. And you know, at the end of the day, Patrick Bet David's another guy. It's like, you know, can a guy just be a billionaire in peace? He's like, I just want to build something that rivals Fox. And you know, just come on. I'm just trying to make $1 billion. You can tell that's what he's doing, because he's one of those guys where it's like, you know, he's interested in the truth, but he's not on fire for it, like you were explaining. He's like, this is a business. This is a business, and I want to do better than all these mainstream outfits, and I want to build this into something. You know, that's clearly what he's trying to do.
Yeah, yeah. He'll be more measured to not destroy his empire, whereas, you know, me, I'll just say it and be shut down and have to, you know, go back to working on my small business, I guess.
Coach Colin is top tier talent. Go Max. Thank you so much, Star Studio. Appreciate you. Holy Fire Luna, so grateful I have a God-fearing husband who takes care of us and allows me to stay home, homeschool our children, pour into our ministry. It's Good Friday. Remember the cross. Christ is King. Oh, that's beautiful. It's amazing.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Very good stuff. Yeah, my wife was saying, yeah, great husband. My wife was saying she was talking to you, and you revealed the whole ministry thing that you guys were working on, and looking for mom friends and stuff to like get together with. So really cool. Really, I love that. It's just it's beautiful when that happens, you know. It's beautiful when it happens and both sides want it. Both sides want that. They want the responsibility. They want that position. And, you know, I love that. Love seeing that happen. Star Studio, boost worthy. I don't know what this is. What is this? Great respect. Zach, Colin, Ian, Wolves, and many more. I don't know what this is. What is this? Like, what are you trying to do here? Like, what are you showing me? People support each other. Is this a person? What is this? I don't know what this is. What am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do here, Star?
Yeah, I don't know.
You gotta explain that to me in another thing. Sometimes these super chats get quite cryptic, way more cryptic than me. I mean,
sometimes I just feel like I'm not smart enough to read some of them. So
I saw somebody tagged me. It was Baron, and Baron saying, like, we always say, like, I know Black Poppy, like it's a thing that I have, you know, and because I'm always talking about Dominicans in New York, because when you interact with them, they're blacker than me, and they're just like, I'm not black. They just refuse to be called black.
Really? And, I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah. It's insulting to them. They'll be like, impossible, man. I know black. Look. From the sun. No. I know black like you. Oh yeah, they hate it. It's so crazy. They'll have dreadlocks, wide nose. They're like, I'm not black. I know black. It's the craziest thing. And then somebody got Baron because they wrote it in a certain way, and Baron's like, I know black, nunca. He's like, I think you just got me to say something. He's like, he had no idea what it was. Somebody just put it on him there. And J, what is that? JIH, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. John 3:16. Be blessed. Thank you so much. You know, I like when the permission happens, because you start talking about it, and then people are like, oh, like I'm into that too, and then they start talking about it. This doesn't usually come up in our chats, you know. Moira gifts 1 membership. Myra gifts another membership. Thank Myra in the chat, everybody. Somebody got those memberships. See you guys on Tuesday after Candace. Star discussion dialectic. Is that what that says? Dialectic? Better than divisive debating. What does that say?
I think you're saying, like, you know, discussion, conversation is better than divisive debating, I think is how I'm interpreting that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree. 100% I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I think debating I just think it's so weird. You know what? I shouldn't even say that's so weird, because I can watch Charlie debate somebody, and I know that the same type of tactics are happening, but then Charlie has this well of knowledge, and, you know, it could be interesting to watch at times. But there is this pool this little section of people where like it's literally they're just trying to catch you on things.
Yeah.
It's just the littlest thing. They're not really there to discuss ideas. That's not what's happening. They're there to own you and to be able to clip it, show it to their audience, and say, look, I owned another, et cetera, et cetera.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
And it's just
Agreed.
ridiculous, Review logical fallacies of divisive debaters. Oh yeah, I bet there's a whole breakdown of it. That's what I was saying to everybody. I'm like, you can look up, because some people were talking about like, oh no, debating, like you learn something. And I'm like, not with this style of debate. I was talking about Andrew, and I'm like, not with this style of debating. You don't really learn as much as you think. It feels that way because you're watching two people that sound intelligent, have what seems like a discussion, but they're really just trying to catch each other and things.
Yeah.
It's just, you're not learning as much as you think. That's why I was telling people, I'm like, look into the world of debating, go look it up. Like there's so many tactics that are used all the time. Ad hominem attacks messenger and avoids message. Yes, that's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
Steph 007, Andrew debates OF girls and lefties on Pierce Morgan. LOL. He always debates in bad faith. He deflects and asks the same question over and over until he's satisfied, quote unquote, with the answer. He's an ass. There you go. That's what I was just trying to say.
Go off, Steph. Go off, Steph.
Exactly. Blessings to the truth seekers. Great collaboration. Thank you so much, Star Studio. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that. Let's go here. Loving God forever. Look, you brought people out of the woodwork. They're like, okay, I can hear about some God right now. Like it's no problem. I can speak on it. Thank you for going through the Psalms conversation. Really important for us right now. There you go. I'm glad you benefited. Very glad you benefited. I always benefit from talking about it. That's why I even leaned into that conversation a little more, because recently I've been making sure to pray in the morning. Sometimes I let work get ahead, and I always feel really bad.
I know
about that, and I want it to be at the forefront of the day. The day always feels better, and I feel like I've done what I'm supposed to do.
Yes.
It just, it feels way better. Way better.
Whenever I pick up my phone before prayers, it doesn't go how it should for me as far as it goes. Right.
Yeah, exactly. So, so thank you so much. Loving God forever. Shout out to you. What else we have here? Let's see here. Boom. We don't understand how much influence we can have. I have rabies. That's their name. Their name is I have rabies. I do not have rabies. Okay. Yeah, that's very true. As regular people, if that's what you're referring to, because I was talking about regular people and like how important they are. Yeah, you don't know how much influence you have. You really don't until you step into it. That's why, I think scripture helps a lot in that sense, because it shows you just how important you are. And I think there's a lot of regular society that is, I shouldn't say regular society, I should say like media and whoever's behind the scenes, that there's a big push to remove you from your divine nature and that whole thing. And they really want you to understand that you're just like, you're really insignificant and it's just planets and you're just an accident, really. And, I've just never embraced that mindset.
Yeah. Yeah. I would just make one comment on that, and that it's each one of our God-given purposes and responsibility to have that influence, whether that's, one individual or whether that's a lot of individuals. Like each one of us was made differently and has different interests and skills so that we can bring people to God, ultimately, is what each one of our responsibilities are. So I would say that not only do we underestimate how much influence we can have, but we certainly underestimate how much influence we can have when God is working through us. And I think that's something that we all, every single one of us, like the whole reason that we are Christian and we believe in God and we want, God to live in us and we want to get back to God, is so that we can ultimately, be with God. And when we do that as individuals each and every day, and then the people around us recognize that and understand that, we build, I think ultimately is we build this nation into something that is moral and ethical. And I think that when you look at that individual responsibility, for each and every one of us. Like, it's like, we don't want a Christian nation. We want a nation that's full of Christians. And that's ultimately what every single one of us has a role in that, whether big or small. And I think that's important for everybody to know.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. Baptism, the power of his grace in the water and the word, helped at a private school, could always pick out the baptized kids. That's nice. That's cool to know. That's very interesting. Yeah, that whole thing that you said, that made me look at that way differently. I'm definitely going to go to that church. It's been around for so long. It's still there. Right across from a Masonic lodge. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. My dad brought me right over there afterwards. He was like, all right, baptize them. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, like, I would just say that those graces were working in your life, whether you realize it or not.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting to think about. Very interesting. Talking about, we've had this conversation in terms of interviews, like Ben Shapiro interview and the Tucker Carlson one there, and the revisiting, as you say that, my mind is like revisiting certain things. Mm-hmm. So, and it's because it's like, you feel like there's always something there. And now all of a sudden you're like clicking me into the why something could have always been there. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Got to say a prayer for my dad later on. As a Christian, we are responsible for spreading the word and always trying to bring one more. That's crazy. My pastor was just saying this. That's crazy that you're just saying that. Wow. He was just saying this it was like 20 minutes. He was talking about just one more. Wow. That's so nuts.
That's good stuff right there.
Wow. That's mind blowing. Oh, I can't wait to tell my wife that. Thank you for everything you two do. I love the community. Wow. That's so crazy. That's so nuts that you're saying that. Are you that pastor? Are you watching me? That's nuts. He's just saying that. It was like a whole 20-minute thing. He's like, this is what you're compelled to do. Just one more. And that's why we have the seats and we want, another service. He's like, just one more. That's what it's all about. I was like, wow, that's amazing how those things come together. Wendy, I love you and Zach together. Awesome show. Thank you so much, Wendy. We appreciate that. Zamet, wouldn't it be ironic to have an African-American woman save America? I wonder if this is the same person. They said that someone said this before, and I was like, it would be ironic, like this is what he's trying to get across. He's like, cause per capita, what they actually do is like they don't save, they like destroy. So per capita, it would be ironic if one of them were to. Is that what you're trying to say here, Zamet? Is that what you're saying right now? Wouldn't it be ironic? Nah, I guess it would. Kind of. Yeah.
I mean, if that's what it takes, I don't really care. I just want it to happen.
He's like, throw him in there, whatever.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, it's so funny. Do you remember Tila Tequila? Of course I remember Tila Tequila. And she, I won't say she went nuts or anything, but she definitely had her eyes opened in a weird way and kind of feels like she went a little nuts, but very odd. But she had a good run. Oh, your talk on baptism told me to bap my 4-year-old rather than waiting. I've been praying on this. And Zach, what you shared is God giving my answer. Wow. That is wild.
There you go. I mean, that's time well spent today then. Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah. That's crazy. Wow. That's great. Yeah. And then do it, and then years from now, your kid will be like on a podcast saying, I know Black Poppy, and the interviewing people. And, it's a pretty good gig. Dee in T-Town. Joe said he was hunting. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Joe said he was hunting in Utah when Charlie Kirk passed away, but he wasn't. He was talking to Charlie Sheen, and they announced it live on the show. Yes, that is very true. It was very odd. In the clip that I'm going to cover, I think it's in that clip, Joe's like, yeah, I was in Utah when that happened. He was like, I was up in the mountains hunting. But then you can find a clip of him, and I know because I covered it. There's a clip of him while he's with Charlie Sheen, and he's like, Charlie got shot, and they're like, oh, we're just like reporting this live. Charlie Kirk was shot. And here's the other thing, right? This is where it goes deep. You want to go deep? You want to go into a little rabbit hole? Joe pre-records episodes. So perhaps while he's with Charlie Sheen, who's a certified ghoul, he decides this is the perfect time, and I'll just announce this thing, and then I'll go to the mountains of Utah. I don't know. Because he does pre-record episodes now. He blocks them up so he can like do whatever he has to do as a person. Very interesting. Very interesting. Joe Rogan.
Yeah, was it not? I guess was it not live on his show? I mean, that's interesting. That's obviously interesting to think about and to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. He was with Charlie Sheen, and they like went on, like he goes like bathroom breaks and stuff. And he's like, yeah, we're coming back. He's like, should we talk about this? He's like, yeah. And then they talked about it. If I go to that episode and that part's gone, I'm gonna freak out.
So that means he would have gone. Yeah, that means he would have talked about that, pre-recorded that episode, and then went to Utah to go hunting after the fact.
Yeah. Wow. You know, Cash Patel or Candace needs to look into Joe Rogan, figure out where this guy was.
Oh, if we really want to know what he was doing, then we'd have Candace look into it for sure.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I think, yeah, you're right. Cash is busy with his super successful country music sensation. Right? Super busy, you know? Crazy. Nicole, I've always been a news hound, true crime sleuth, and faith junkie. I feel like with you two, I am getting all three binded beautifully for a meaningful experience. Nicole, that is nice. That's great. That's great to hear.
There we go.
I like that. That's a cool combination of things. That's a very cool combination of things. Watch Dee Got a Podcast live with Tommy Borum last night. Why? What did they do? What did they talk about? I'm going to have Dee on the show soon enough. I think that's what I'm going to do. Well, I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out. Cristiano Alvarez. Yeah, it's Christian Alvarez. You and Zach are great together. Perfect. You heard that, Zach. Will you marry me, Zach? I think that's what she's getting at. Jev, necklace theory. Erica shows it out of the SUV to show handlers she got it back after it was used nefariously. Yeah, that's that epic picture where she's like holding it out of the window. She's like covering her face. Yeah, very weird.
With Stacey Sheridan in the background, I think is the one. I was actually looking at that pretty hard last night because I was trying to see if all of the pendants were still on there. Just to, if it was just the cross and it were missing the other pendants, that'd be interesting. My mind jumps to, okay, well, is that the piece of metal they're trying to evaluate from Charlie's neck or something along those lines? But it's too hard to tell. It's too blurry. It looks like there maybe is one of the pendants on there, but it's just too hard to tell. But yeah, I was looking at that picture pretty hard last night after Baron Coleman's episode.
Yeah. It's very weird. The whole thing's very weird. I'm not sure what's going on there with that necklace, because it also makes me, like, I've covered this at length, like, you're always wondering, right? Brian Harple's down there, Dan Flood's down there, and Rick Coulter, I believe his name is. They're all down there when Charlie's hit. And it's just like this. You can't see what my hands are doing. And none of us can see what they're doing at all. They're doing something. And then all of their hands come up with no blood. Mm-hmm. So it's like, does it have something to do with the microphone? Does it have something to do with the necklace? How else are you down there around Charlie's neck and get no blood on you? It's really weird.
Yeah.
Really, really weird. Says nothing. Never say never. Says nothing. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Undertaker's wife. Two of the best parts of my daily schedule. Wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Holy Fire Luna. Perfect episode for Good Friday. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Wow, I didn't even think of that. You have been the perfect episode for Good Friday. That's 100% true. That's very, very true. Mike Riley, thanks for the great convo today. Smooth listening. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Zupa Chat, Great interview. Oh, that's Jamie. Jamie's a firecracker. Jamie took it easy on you today. Jamie's just like you, just going off at the mouth. Jamie's a wild firecracker. I'll tell you something. That Jamie, you got to watch out when Jamie's name pops up. You know? Jamie might be in your chat next time. You got to watch out.
There we go.
Jamie will throw some things at you, man.
Jamie's like you, just going off at the mouth.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Less ego, more soul. Can I email you a tip on necklace? Baron isn't taking emails, and I tried to super chat Baron and you with the info, and oddly, it won't go through. Well, that's like a lot. Yeah, you can email me. You can message me on X. I really do. Instagram, X, I do respond to messages. It is me. It's not someone else. I'm not there yet where somebody else will be responding for me. So you can just message me there and tell me. If you're sending me any links, I'm not going to click the links. I'm not going to do that. I don't know you. For all I know, you could be in Tel Aviv somewhere and you have something planned for me right now. So I'm not going to do that. But if you message me and you tell me some stuff, I'll screenshot it. I'll put it up. If you don't want your name mentioned, I won't mention it. But there you go.
Yeah.
Anyway. All of the glory to God. Look at all these people popping up. All of the glory to God. Never seen this name before. Thanks, Coach. Great episode, brother. Have a great weekend. I pray you and your brothers find more moments to come together. Thanks for reminding us to not take that time for granted. Nunca, nunca. Never, never. Yeah, definitely don't take that time for granted. You have no idea. You know, I always think of, I think of I lost my dad, and then a month later, I lost like one of my best friends. And I'm like his age now. Or I'm older than he would have been. So he passed away when he was like 36. And you just think you have so much time. You know, I know what he was going to name his kids and stuff. And he just never got a chance to do any of that. And then all of a sudden, my friend, who's also like a brother to me, he lost his sister. She was 28 years old or 27 years old. It's like, you just never know. It's like, you really got to think about that. It sucks to think about your mortality and other people's mortality all the time. But, you know, you got to take some joy in those people. So yeah, I will come together with my brothers. I'm having a baby. If they don't come to see the baby, you know, they have to. That's an excuse where I can just force them to jump over here and just be like, "There's a baby here. There's a baby here with my name and my birthday. Get over here." Mike Riley, being a husband and father makes being sober much easier. We break generational curses over on this side. D and A, drug and alcohol free since 2025. 1/1/1/2025 by the grace of God. That's amazing. Good for you, man. Good for you, Mike. I've seen you super chat a bunch of times. I'm glad to know that you're sober and it's feeling good for you. And just keep asking him to show up in your life and help you with that. That would be my advice. Always ask for strength, you know, in all things that you need strength in. Yeah, that's beautiful. Let's jump over here. Moira, I was late. Did you play the clip of Baron being called the CEO? I checked X. I didn't see any Turning Point folks respond. Hi, Zach. I did play that for Zach just to notify him that there's been a change in
there you go. Yeah, I believe it.
Well, it's there. And listen, we're not going to show you the actual video because you're psychopaths. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're not doing that.
You're like crazy. You're a crazy person on a subway peeing on yourself, and we're not showing it to people like you. And that's just it, right? You get the audio, and that's it. You're going to say Baron made that. You're going to say that's AI. That's what you're going to say. We're not showing you that type of stuff. Just know that's what Charlie wanted, and he starts on Monday, okay?
You take it. You take it, okay?
Such a crazy response. You're like a crazy person wielding a knife. That's like, how is that even a thing? How are you saying? Like, why did you even? Does nobody proof check these guys before they say things? Like, Andrew doesn't step in and say, hey, sponsor here. What are you going to say? Nope. Let's delete all that really quick. Like, nobody does that at all.
Let's relook at this. Let's send out a different one here.
They have no person that does that for anybody. Like Erica's like, I'm gonna say this. This goes against what you said, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Like, doesn't anybody straighten it out and say, okay, we gotta get our story straight here, guys. There's like 5 of us here. We gotta get on the same page, okay?
I'm telling you, man, like the dimwits that host the Charlie Kirk show, they go off.
Yeah, right. I think that show needs to stop. I think that show should just be compilations of Charlie.
I agree. I agree. Do it on the Turning Point USA YouTube channel or something. Like, you know what I mean? Don't continue it on. His channel should be a memorial to him. That's what it should be, right?
Yeah, I think that would be really cool if it was just compilations of him owning people, talking about God, talking about different things, you know, all the times he had when he was just starting out. Like, it should just be that every single day. And I think everybody, no matter what side of this investigation you want, everybody would show up to like and watch that.
Just see those things. Yeah. None of us want to see what Andrew Colvett and Blake's Neff takes are on political issues. None of us want to see that. Nobody cares.
Zero. They're not going to fill the shoes. It's like,
no,
just stop trying.
Just stop. I agree.
Jamie's back. I'm available to guest host when the missus has the baby. All right. I'll consider it, Jamie. I will consider that. Jamie's a little bit of a firecracker. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. I'll let you know. Dee Dee in T-Town, fully confirmed on Palm Sunday. Thanks, Zach, for your part in my Catholic journey. Wow.
Oh. Wow. Thank you for that. That's incredible.
How does that feel to know?
Amazing. I mean, it's just another example of just, again, how much more meaningful it is to, you know, be live and be authentic and really engage with real actual people. Like, it's great stuff. No, I'm again, it's encouragement like this that makes it very meaningful. And it's the whole reason I wanted to get into doing it. So thank you very much for sharing that.
That's beautiful. That's really beautiful, man. Who we got next here? Jamie, 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Jamie. Appreciate you. Zamet, irony is how they brought here on ships. Irony is how they were brought here on ships. Oh. Yeah, that's a little callback. If you guys don't know, it would be ironic for an African American woman to save America. Irony is that how they were brought here on ships. Let's let Jamie explain it. Jamie's just like, let me finish. He's like, oh God, I sent another super chat. Hold on, just hold on, because you guys don't get it. They were here. They weren't here. Listen, Jim Crow. Do you guys and per capita? When the murder rates, you understand? Anyway. Thank you, Zamet. I fully understand what you're saying now. I fully understand what you're saying now. Becomes a member. Adamowich. J. Adamowich. Welcome to the Mint Daddy crew. Coach, please answer in nerd speak. Oh God. Stormy Light says, please answer in nurse speak. Mikey McCoy ever respond to your proposal? Why would I answer?
Your audience is just making you. They're just making you do all these things that, like, hey, show us what you really do in front of your friend. Like, that's what they're telling you to do right now.
That's so true.
Bring out all your personalities. Let's see.
Yeah, right. Actually, he's never responded, but soon I will ask again. There you go. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Because Mikey McCoy, he's so majestic and he's so amazing. And
hero, amazing.
Absolutely.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Mikey.
I always say he walked away for all of our sins. That's what he did. He really did. It's just incredible, man. Complete self-mastery. As Blake
in the moment, just directing everybody with George Washington like leadership.
Just directing everybody, complete self-mastery, a quivering lip, all at the same time, walking away while his ears are plugged, covered in blood, according to his father. I mean,
Yeah.
Just handling everything. He basically just became Charlie Kirk. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, he acted like, I mean, John the Apostle at the foot of the cross. Like, I mean, unbelievable courage. I mean,
yeah, just amazing.
Courage under fire. We all hope for it, and Mikey really displayed it well.
Yeah,
you know,
good. He's a good guy. So yeah, we hold him in high regard. Friend of the show. Friend of the show.
Friend of the show.
I want to remake Breaking Bad with Erica Franzvi as Heisenberg. She won't have to act to play the character. That'd be a good thing. You could throw that into AI. You could really make that happen if you wanted to. It's not a far off dream. You could really make that happen. She's like, say my name. And they're like, which name? Which one? Which birthday? Erica with a K or Erica with a C? Franzvi or Kirk? I don't know. You know, you can make it happen. Give it a try. Contact Fleet. Fleet can help you out. Palin. Is that what that says? Palin? Palin? 1776. See, you're already okay. You're already telling me how to pronounce it. AKA Patsy, but Barron has ruined my name. Oh, is that what he did? Sorry. Post office will put a paper slip in your P.O. box to let you know they have the package. Take the slip to the counter. Oh, I didn't know that. I had no idea. You know, makes sense. They'll do that. I don't know. We'll see. I guess that's a good way to like have it tested, right? Like you have the post office has it, then they send it over to that little place, I guess, where they hold it. And if nobody hears it ticking and nobody passes out from being around it, it's probably safe for me to open around my family. So that's actually a good little thing there. So I will do that. But if it's Zach, if you do it with Zach, it's just going to go straight to his office. So, you know, watch out. Daisy, the most incredible researcher in all of America, of the Baron Coleman podcast. What?
Oh, this is great. I haven't met or gotten to communicate with Daisy. I mean, as if this is communicating at all. So yeah, happy to see this.
This is the Daisy.
Daisy, the legend.
What? Yeah, exactly. I didn't know Zach was on this morning. I'm late. Sure, it was a banger. Have a great weekend with the family, guys. Can't wait for Zach and Baron next week. Do you know what day that is, Zach? What do you guys?
Friday. It'll be on Baron's Friday. Yep, his Friday members only show.
Beautiful. Okay, stay tuned, guys. He will be there as well. Recommending Chris Martinson, Peak Posterity. I have seen his stuff. He does some very interesting stuff. I have seen his stuff. I've seen him on X mostly. I don't know if he's on YouTube, but he has some great breakdowns, especially towards the investigation.
Yeah, I mean his shot angle work is awesome. I mean his cavitation effect is kind of what I leaned on for a long time with regard to it being a gunshot. He thinks it's from a second location though, from what I understand, because of the shot angle problem. And yeah, I mean his work is good. I mean that's what it comes out to. It's an important, I think, aspect to take into consideration when it comes to all of this stuff.
Yeah. I was going over shot angles. I mean, after revisiting what Valhalla VFT was talking about, because Valhalla was breaking down the whole C2 and then down to the T1 and all that, and he was saying how this trajectory doesn't make sense because it would be somewhere around here, so it would have to be from a lower angle in order to do that type of damage. And then he started talking about possibly another angle. And then we found a spot that is not where Tyler was. It's a different spot, and it's way more, way more stealth, right? It's literally, you would open a door, and in the thing where you open the door, it's like on top of a building. It's above the Losi Center. It's above everything. So nobody would be able to see you at all. They would not be able to see you. And there's literally a door. You could literally go on top of this little structure. You could take the shot, and the shot actually lines up perfectly with where Charlie got hit. And then from there, you would literally be able to just roll off of that little structure. It's maybe 5 to 6 feet high. You'd be able to roll off there, go into that door, go into that building. It leads right to a parking lot, not the parking. It's actually on the other side of where Tyler jumped off the roof, and you'd be completely gone. So I'm starting to lean towards that being the possible location. If there was a second shooter,
interesting.
I think it might be there. I think so. I went over it, I think, Thursday or Wednesday, I think. Let's keep going here. Psalm 147:3. He binds up their wounds and heals the brokenhearted. Thoroughly enjoy you both. Thank you so much. Silence is complicity. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that one. I really like that one.
Psalms are good, man.
Yeah.
Anytime. Yeah. They're a great place to go.
I forgot which one it was. I had it recorded on video. I have a Bible app here. Which psalm was it that I really, really liked? Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to just find it. I have it highlighted. I want to say 95, but I could be wrong about that. Let me see here. Which one do I have saved? Oh, it's just endless. That's the thing with Psalms. It's like crazy how much there is. No, it's not 95. Oh, I have to find it, but it's like it's almost like a war chant. It's like talking about how like nothing will stand in your way, like when you're with God. It's like it's wild. Actually, it might even be Proverbs. I'm not 100% sure, but I have a video of it that I have to like repost soon. Very, very, like, it got me amped up. I was like, this is amazing. I'll try and find it later. Let me see here. What do we got here?
I mean, there are psalms that hit for sure, depending on what phase of life you're in, that are just like, because I love like the humanness of them. It's like God, like, do you hear me? Like, do you see me here, like withering away and dying? Like, do you hear me? It's like, and I feel like there's such like an incredible humanness to it. Like, and we can turn to God in our suffering, and he's there to help us. Like, I think that's just such an incredible rock and foundation.
Yeah.
That's kept me, I would say, that's protected and defended me throughout my entire life. And there are so many people in this world that turn to all different sorts of things that are not God. I mean, you've talked about, your own sobriety and all of that, but like, it's like whenever you turn to things that aren't God, it leads you into trouble. Like as far as it goes for me, the only good and reliable thing that we can turn to is God. And I feel like God truly is the only thing that never fails.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said. Well said. Less ego, more soul. X says, I don't meet requirements to send you DMs. Why? Did you follow me? What's your name on there? I'll just follow you back. That's all it takes. I just have to follow you back. But yeah, just tag me in something. Just tag me in something and say, yo, right here. Just say that, yo, right here, and I'll follow you back. Then I'm going to get 40 people doing that now. X says I don't meet the requirements. We'll talk soon, though. Now do the Trump face.
There you go.
Just kidding. Moira, the Trump face. What is this? Zilwakian? Zilwakian? Praise the Lord. His grace on Luke D, a 13-year-old with cancer in brain / spine, cancer, I think it's cancer-free, CA-free, has to finish treatments, but thanks be to God, all the glory is his. Happy resurrection. He's risen indeed. Hannah B. Thank you so much, Hannah. Or maybe Hannah's the person you're talking about. Or Luke D was the person you're talking about. Not 100% sure. But I definitely, I feel the message. I keep going here. Will Erica Kirk have new main ting when she gets into the White House? Oh, man. I wonder. I'm sure they'll explain it away. If she does, they'll be like, oh, my gosh. Listen, Cabot Phillips, Charlie would have loved the fact that she's with Cabot Phillips. Charlie'd be dancing in heaven right now because Erica.
We'll have a new video. If anything ever happens to me, Erica will marry Charlie. We'll marry Cabot Phillips. See, Charlie wanted this.
Yeah, that's what will happen if that does happen. Who knows? Might just keep it secret. Mike Wallace. Watch Tucker Carlson video from today on TCN. Must see. Great video, Coach and Zach. Well, you got to tell us what video. You're pumped about it, I don't know which one to check out. Science is Complicit. She joins the Mint Daddy crew. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And we end it with second message. I will send your t-shirts with Barron's and include money for him to send them back to you, even though I'm in Texas. Jesus died for us, so we would live for him. Today is a good day. Love to chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. You do not have to send me t-shirts with Barron's and include money for him to send them back to me, even though you are in Texas. You do not have to do that. Don't worry. Thank you so much, though. I'm not even a t-shirt guy. I'm a hoodie guy. I love hoodies. God bless both of you and your families. Thank you so much. Caramel kiss. Truly appreciate that, guys.
Thank you.
That is all the super chats for today. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate everybody being here. It is amazing. Always amazing. Didn't think we'd make it to 4 hours. Definitely didn't think that would happen. That's crazy. Did someone just send another one? There they are. A wonderful book is David's Crown, poems written about each psalm by the poet, priest, and historian Malcolm Geet. Well worth a read. God bless. Thank you so much. All right. We will do that. We will definitely do it. Did another one pop up? Holy, once I felt like I was an accident, a mistake. Psalms 139:13 lifted the veil from my eyes and made me a believer. Please read. That's amazing.
Incredible.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, me too.
You said it was 139. I will definitely check that out.
Yeah, I want to look. I'm turning my page to it right now so I can read it when we get done.
Yeah, exactly. 139:13. Is that what it is? You say 139:13. For you formed my inward parts. You covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are your works, and my soul knows very well. And that my soul knows very well. My frame is not hidden from you. When I was made in secret and skillfully wrought in my lowest parts of the earth, your eyes saw my substance, being yet unformed, and in your book they all were written, the days fashioned for me, when as yet there were none of them. How precious also your thoughts of me, O God. Wow.
Incredible.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I went past a little bit there, but yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Really appreciate that.
Yeah. That's great.
And then a super sticker, just a sticker, very generous sticker. Thank you very much.
So yeah, I know Mystic is a good. She's a solid. I would say definitely friend of the show and friend of the whole movement we have going on here. So that's a good super chat there.
Cool. Thank you so much.
I see you there, Mystic.
Thank you guys so much. Zach, stay with me. Let me just throw this up. I always say bye to everybody in the chat, but let me throw this up once again for everybody that's there. I know you guys forget to like, so you probably are forgetting that we have Zach here today and that you can like and subscribe to all of his videos. You can watch them all from beginning to end, like them. Hit that subscribe button on his channel, please. It helps tremendously. You guys have no idea. He's doing incredible work. As you guys can see, he's an incredible speaker, incredible voice. So please make sure to subscribe to his channel. Everybody's thanking you in the chat there, Zach. Thank you so much for being here. And we're going to sign off now. Zach, stay with me for a second. And that's it, guys. I will be putting out some videos over the weekend, 10 a.m. EST sharp, 9 a.m. CST sharp. And we will be back on Monday. Thank you guys so much. Anything to say, Zach?
Just Coach Colin, thank you for having me. Everybody here, thank you all for being here with us and for allowing me to join you all today. I really enjoyed the time, and I'm excited that I now have a new friendship here with Coach Colin and everybody and your entire audience. So I enjoyed it, and I hope everybody else did the same.
Man, perfect. Have a good one, everybody. All right.